to you for the first time in almost 2 weeks. I've got a new computer! And so, I'm really happy about that. A lot of crazy things have happened of late. Let's get the helmet on. This is the 7 map. The 7 is the number of the young... wait a minute. What was I saying? It forms when darkness is increased by 1. Anyway, the point is, welcome, and welcome to Village Tour Month. I'll get that name right someday. Welcome to anybody else who should wish to join us. This is going to be a momentous occasion. Well, at least I hope it's going to be momentous, as we'll see in a minute. I mean, new computer is really, really awesome. Everything looks weird. It took me a while to get this set up to work properly because the first monitor was listed as the second monitor and the second... Because where you insert these things, where you insert these connectors, what are they called again? Not HDMI. Plug in the HDMI connectors, and they're different shaped ones, and they don't fit. One of them didn't fit properly. It turns out one of them was the new kind of thing that is more prevalent now. It's been 6 years since I bought a new computer. It's getting dark in here too. We'll have to go to sleep. A lone bizarre tree over there. It's probably a YouTube, not a YouTube album. Oh, we're here. Did it say stunt driver? Oh, stunted dwarven. Stunt driver. Yeah, I'm a stunt driver. Look at that. Look at that big giant letter M over there. That's Meneltarma. Well, it's just a letter M, really. But in that direction we shall find Meneltarma. And that's a very long way to go. We have a very long way to go. I'm going to sleep in a minute. It took me a long time to get everything back where I wanted. Oh! And I started working on the tech. I went back home to the overworld and I started working on the tech of a number of things. And let's see, I didn't get enough diamonds. I got enough gold and I think I got enough iron. Yeah, I think it's enough iron and gold. I just need diamonds and I need 2 ender pearls. And what else do I need? No, I think that's it. I think I got everything. Pipes, I got everything else. Just need diamonds. A few other things. It's awesome! Everything is awesome. I should also consider... Well, I'm not going to do that. Look how sleep. It's a long day today. A long trip to take. And I'm not going to leave this with me. Oh, I forgot I was going to put them in here. Okay, I put them in here. What could this stuff be that I found in this chest? Now that I made the dumb jump into 58. Oh, and that's the other thing. I have to pull this out of here manually while I've still got this on the hotbar, because it's not going to stay on the hotbar for long. Alright. 2, 3... Well, let's do this. Yeah, it could probably be a little bit better. It's just a simple airplane. It's not intended to be important or anything. I was going to put a chest down here, but I'm not sure that's a good idea either. I don't really need this. Let's put it back. In fact, let's put it over here in the ravine. Okay. Boldly go, for some reason, where we've not gone in quite some time. Maybe I should have a light in the front. I don't know. I think we could do without a light in the front for now. That's true. Alright. I'm going to try this baby out. This is a momentous occasion. I set it to go a little faster, but I don't know if it's too fast or if it's too slow. I tried it out, but I'm still not sure. Let's find out. Double check. Now check. Now we could go close to the water and that would make it look really fast. But this isn't about it going. This is about let's go. I think we'll set it up to 75. Alright. Seems like it's going rather slowly. But we've started the journey. I was hoping it would go a lot faster, actually. I guess it's alright, I don't know. You left quickly. Is that an airplane? If you leave quickly, it's probably not on an airplane these days because you gotta wait at the airport for hours and hours. And then you gotta go through TSA, which is it's very bad. It's a very bad thing. I don't know. You think this is going fast enough? No, I don't think this is going fast enough. I'll tell you what, as soon as we see another piece of land somewhere, we'll drop off and then we'll try to switch over. Might be possible. Definitely want to try to make it anyway. You know, I really should have set it to 60. I have it set at 30, but I don't know what 30 is of. It's not 30, it's 30 blocks a second. It's not 30 miles per hour. Or is it? Is there any way to tell? This is about as fast as a vanilla boat. Now I was afraid of that. Well, I'll tell you what I can do. We'll turn around, head back. We'll turn around and head back, and I'll see if I can change the config. It would be reloading the game, but it would be faster in the long run, theoretically. Because I need it to be faster than a boat. It's an airplane. Airplanes are faster than boats. See, what we did back in the day, what was it? Chazrad. I was joining Chazrad's server, and it wasn't working out very well. Because I saw the possibility of adding a bunch of mods, and he didn't want to add any mods. And I thought, well, can we just add a couple of mods? We can add the airplane mod. We can add airship mod. There's a difference. And can we add barrels? And he said, yes, we'll add barrels. It's not such a big thing. And I got through, and he said, all right, we'll do the airship mod as well. And I was like, great. And so I immediately set about doing a bunch of things. It was going a little slowly. I think he wanted it to be even slower because they were airships. Something like that. Question, am I going the right way? I have no idea. Close approximation. Or what if I've actually gotten turned around? No, here we are. Where's the gravel beach? We don't have to stop at the gravel beach. We can stop over here. Stop over here. It's closer. Run to that node. Alright, so home, end, delete. There we go. Okay, so I need to change the config, and I'll be right back. This is a bit early to be right back, but that's okay. We'll work something out. Got the config changed already. Just reloading the damn game. Hello, testing. I pressed the wrong button. At least this isn't a Windows 11 situation. Out of my almost 500 subs, why am I the only one here? I really can't answer that. I've been sporadic of late, you know, health issues, being busy with other things. You know, I don't think this is actually faster. Is this faster? If it's not faster, I'm in trouble. This is a serious issue. No, I think it's okay. I think it's faster. It's really hard to say. Yeah, as I was saying, as I was saying when I was muted, Windows 11 is a serious problem. It's laggy. You click on something to close it, and then it doesn't. It looks like it closes it for a second, then it brings it back. Then you wait a few seconds, then it closes it. It's all completely wrong. I right click on something because I want to use WinRAR to compress it. Okay. And then it says loading. the key thing, the little menu on the right click menu actually has where WinRAR stuff should be. It says loading. Oh, you have to move soon. Well, you know, that's how it is. At least I think we got this going faster, but I don't know if it's fast enough. I swore I'd set it to go faster, and then it didn't. I'm not sure it's faster, really. Well, this is the first time back after getting the new computer, and I'm very, very happy that I got this back. But setting everything up took almost the whole 2 weeks. Well, it was not 2 weeks. It was actually a little less than 2 weeks. But almost the whole time. It's just one thing after another. Blam, 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 blam. Oh, and the blah, blah, blah doesn't load. Oh, we've got to get the mail doesn't work. The mail app broke. I had to call them. I had to call Windows Tech Support, contact them, and they wouldn't believe anything I said about the mail app not working. And so they're like, we're going to remote into your computer. And I'm like, well, I trust them. And I shouldn't have trusted them. They ruined my entire operation. You know, I had to log in under a different account, and it's not. And that was another thing. When I started Windows 11, I had to get a Microsoft account, and I'm like, I have one, but all my information about it might have been on the previous computer. It's like, it's the whole 2FA thing is crap when you don't have a cell phone, and Microsoft makes no exceptions for that. So having a Microsoft account was actually helpful because I was able to get into the computer. I would have had to send this thing back. Contact them. I can't use this computer. It requires a Microsoft account. They're like, but that's what's required. So I was on the tech support trying to get this thing fixed, and they couldn't. They could do my mail.com, even though they shouldn't have been able to do mail.com, as I found out. But my AT&T email was not able to be loaded, and they were like, "Oh, you've corrupted the stuff." But I'm like, well, then why doesn't it just work? Why can't I undo it? Couldn't delete anything. What a piece of crap. So I'm using something now called Blue Mail, and it's much better. And then I tried to find an alternative to Photo Viewer because the new one is terrible. It puts all these pictures on the bottom of the screen. You have to keep pressing F to turn them off. I don't want a bunch of pictures on the bottom of the screen. I'm trying to look at the image that I put on the screen. So I had to get another photo app. I couldn't find one. And I had to go looking around on the internet until they said, here's one you can get from the Microsoft Store. Stupid Microsoft Store. Can't get rid of that. I can't get rid of anything that they have. Anything that they have whatsoever. So that's how my day was, or my last 2 weeks. Just one thing after another, just trying to get stuff to work. And I still don't have, what don't I have? What don't I have installed? I don't have Bandicam. So I can't even record anything. I can only stream. My ebook viewer, which I only use that ebook viewer to convert EPUB files to PDF. Because I want to keep with the PDF stuff. FLV converter, that's how I transfer my, how I take my 720p videos and turn them into 360p. Don't have that yet. Didn't set up Git. Speedfan. Oh yeah. Speedfan is I used to have an overheating. Oh look, we've got an island. Should I stop at this island? There is a lot. Look at all that sand. I want that sand. Stop here for a second. Map? Nothing should be there. So this is our first map. I mean, this is our first island. So we'll just island 4. Now, you know what? We should, hold on. Yeah, if I need sand, I could get it somewhere else. That's fine. We're not gonna name, unlike the last episode. I'm not gonna do this. We're going well. Where was I? Speed fan, yeah. Some of my previous computers would overheat. I had one that used to crash. Can I name it after you? Alright. But I didn't, I'm not going to stop and, put up a sign like I did last time I was going around like that. The island of, the island of Turamarth. Since that is the name, the part of your name that I can never get right. Turamarth. But I'll have to put up a sign at some point in the future, because I really don't know how much time we've got to get this done. And it's got to get done. So yeah, my previous computer would have a fan problem, and it crashed because the fan stopped working. And so I was always wondering why it didn't. And so my previous, not the one I just got, but the previous computer had a little dial or knob or something that you could turn it a little bit, and it would make the fan faster or slower. And I thought, that's interesting. I usually left it alone. I don't have anything like that on the current computer, I don't think. I haven't looked at the controls of it yet. Yeah, I don't have anything like that. And that's good. But I got all these ridiculous, because I bought everybody likes the new computers, and the new computers have all these LED lights and crap. And it's crap. So I ended up having to get these fans, and I don't want RGB, I just want, and all fans have lights now, apparently. So I've got like 6 fans running. Do I need 6 fans? This is only a 3070 GeForce. And it's white. It's got white panels, and it's got a front panel that's almost completely blank. And I'm just like, this is a refrigerator. I have a refrigerator, and it's very, very cold. So I've been calling it the fridge. Wish I could show a picture of this. I don't have a picture of this. It just looks really weird. But I have to say that I really, really recommend the guys who make these computers. Yeah, I realize we passed the 100,000 mark. No, but what I mean is, I'm very glad that I got the computer from these guys. It's CyberPower PC. They're based out of California. It can take them a couple of weeks to actually make the computer and send it off. But when they do, it's awesome. If you don't mind waiting for a computer, you do this, you'll get a really great deal. Except, of course, they only allow for Windows 11 now. And that's what happened last time I bought one. They only allow for Windows 10, and I couldn't get 7, which was perfect. You know, I don't mind Windows 11 all that much. There's a lot of things wrong with it, but there's a lot of things right with it. Like Explorer windows now have tabs, for example. And screenshot is not screenshot. Rename file is F2. I'm still used to right-clicking and then finding it somewhere on there. Yeah. I think we're not going fast enough. I guess that when you leave, or after you leave, I could maybe set it up so it'll go faster. But I'd have to probably stop. So I'll probably have to wait until I find another island. Ooh, what's that down there? On the bottom right of the, it's got this weird pattern. Oh, it's just it didn't load right or something. Didn't load right into this. They tell me that the mini-map is out of date, and I have to download a new one, but there isn't a new one for this version, which really is annoying. Also, you can see how the chunks don't load properly. Oh, let's load some chunks over there. Who cares? You'll finish watching it later. Yeah. Thanks again for watching. People are really busy these days. I have no idea if this is fast enough or if we need it to go even faster than this. I think it's pretty fast as it is. There was this really good one, this really good mod that was very much like what we have now for airships. For back in beta 1.8, and it was awesome because you could set a max speed, and you just press a button to increase the speed and press a button to decrease the speed. But if you went fast enough, you'd be traveling through the world, and you'd crash into things, and you'd take damage, suffocation damage, that sort of thing. We could probably go a little bit faster. Maybe not twice as fast. Maybe 1.5 times as fast. Ooh. Nobody's known. Magic is something I got to get into in this game. But right now I gotta work on tech. Ooh, that's surface. Nice. Much of a surface. Gotta work on the tech. Yeah, I think the airplane could probably go maybe 1.5 times as fast and it would be okay. It would probably be a little bit better and we'd get to our destination sooner. I can play Elden Ring now, I think. I've installed Elden Ring and it seemed to work. I got to the title screen, but it was in Russian. I had to find the config to change it back to English. Yeah, you know how that sort of thing goes. I don't know if I should stream Elden Ring, though, because first, I'm probably going to suck at it. And second, Minecraft will be very upset and jealous because it doesn't even play on Windows 10 and he's still on Windows 7. I feel sorry for him, really. Windows 7 is a very good version, but... Elden Ring? Oh, this isn't Lord of the Rings. It's one of those other games. It's very popular lately. There's a lot of people going nuts about Elden Ring. It's got some really detailed graphics. It's a really interesting fantasy world, and I've been wanting to give it a kick to see if it was any good. I still have to test Skyrim. Oh, Skyrim will probably work, but I mean, I have to test it. I tested World of Warcraft, and that seemed to work. I really want to do Elden Ring videos. I'm gonna just make a mess of it. It's more along the line, it's like Skyrim, but instead of going on quests, I guess you go on quests too, but it's like most of what you do in Elden Ring is you fight a lot of encounters, and like all of the encounters are bosses, or nearly all of them. That's the impression I got from watching it. I couldn't play it though on my computer. 32 gigs of RAM, and I couldn't play it. It had enough RAM, I think, but it was like, what a mess that was. Elden Ring was it wouldn't work on my previous computer because it wasn't a GeForce, and I'm like, I don't want to get a GeForce. I'm fine with what I have. Well, no, I guess I'm not. Huh? So I had to buy it, and it probably added like $300 to the cost of the computer. A 3070. Wait, can't see the specs in here. Yeah, there it is. RTX 3070. And I've been told, hey, this is great. And I'm like, I don't know if it's great. It's not the 4000 series. But if it was the 4000 series, it would have cost me, what, another $1,000? I'm probably joking. Also, I was under the impression, this was supposed to say what the, that somewhere around here we were supposed to say how many frames per, not frames per second, the gigahertz speed was, and it's not listed on these. It just says 460 NVIDIA. I'm fairly certain that this thing is running much faster, but yeah, I've still got it capped at 60 FPS. I'm probably still streaming it at 30 actually. I should be able to stream at 60. I don't know. We gotta stop off somewhere. We gotta stop off somewhere so I could change the thing again. Yeah, have you ever been in an airplane and then they used to say, and if you look out your airplane to your left or your right or whatever, you will see the blah blah blah. Wonderful blah blah blah, and then you look and you don't see anything. I remember we went to California back in the 70s and they said, if you look out you'll see the Grand Canyon. And I looked out and, well, strangely, I don't remember seeing the Grand Canyon. But, that was a kid. I forget stuff, you know, in the years since then. Yeah. Only went on an airplane a few times, and I don't, it's not a fun experience to me. It's like, it just doesn't feel like you might think flying if you had superpowers would be like. And that's kind of what I looked for in having excitement out of flying. So, it's not exciting to me. Of course, do you want it to be exciting? Do you want it to crash, or to threaten to crash? I don't think they do that anymore. Maybe they did it because I was a kid on board. They were like, hey, let's get that kid excited about the Grand Canyon. I never went there. I saw it on the episode of the Brady Bunch. That's it. I've seen the Grand Canyon. It's on TV. I don't have to ever go there. Of course, in the middle of the night, almost literally, almost in the middle of the night, they're not going to wake you up and say, hey, you're missing out, man, Grand Canyon. I paid $300 for this flight, and I had to be strip searched by the TSA, and now you're telling me, you telling me I can't get no sleep? What the hell's wrong with you? Everything gets more complicated as you get closer to the end of the world. And this is, Meneltarma is in many ways the end of the world. Although they got the world's end thing over there somewhere. This is the literal end of the world. This is the journey west. Well, we don't need to bother with sightseeing, but other than, what's the point of the stream, really? Gotta get some land. We gotta get some land going. I gotta stop in some land. Yeah, let's see. What did I get? I got something like... I think I got something like... Is it 5 diamonds or 7 diamonds? If it's like 7 diamonds, then I need 4 for a quarry, and then I need 5 more diamonds for a mining portal. I think I've got enough gold and iron and redstone, so that's not a problem. I made the landmarks, the Sterling engines, all the pipes. Well, not all the pipes, but I made a bunch of pipes. I'm going to have to get more glass so I can make more cobble pipes. And I might need more gold for iron. I mean, gold for iron. Yes, you need gold to make iron pipes. No. What else I need? I need 2 eyes of ender. All I really need are 2 ender pearls to make that happen. And a book and quill. I've got the leather for that, so that's not a problem. And back in the overworld, my cows have been moving around from one stall to the next. They've been going through the fences. Those are some very agile cows. Maybe they think they're camels or something. Oh, that's right. That's right. 120 is going to have camels, or maybe we have camels now. I don't know. In 119, but we've got camels in Lord of the Rings mod. I forgot about that. Or are they dromedaries? I forget. We got something. We got something. Yikes. Yeah, definitely gotta go faster. Alright, well, it's just a matter of time of finding the damn thing. So how are you doing? I was gonna say, I haven't heard from you in, yeah, we're gonna have camels. Haven't heard from you in almost 2 weeks. Really weird to for the first time not doing a stream because I didn't have a functioning computer, or rather it functioned but not to do streaming. I still have problems with this thing. What else haven't I installed? I haven't installed the Ultra Fractal program. I don't know what to do about that because all my renders are on the previous computer. I don't know if I can transfer all the files for that. City of Heroes. I gotta find the loader for that. I don't know where to find the loader for that. It's called Tequila. I don't know why they call it Tequila. Let's see, what else? There's probably something. Bandicam is the problem, though. I need to get Bandicam back. I don't even know if that works on Windows 11. Oh! That is a hungry node, I think. I think that is a hungry node. I think it ate a water block or something. Or it ate something. Well, we gotta get away from that. We're not gonna sail through here again. I don't think it can eat water blocks, but it certainly is something you gotta watch out for. Can they spit like llamas? Oh, you know, I wasn't paying attention. That's the old joke. The sign said, "Beware the camel spits," and I was. No, I don't think they can spit like llamas. Maybe they can. But the thing with them is that it's a 2-person vehicle. And that was awesome. And they've also, although it's a kind of slow horse sort of thing. But there's like a button you can press that makes them lurch forward really, really rapidly. It's a very unusual kind of animal. It's going to be different than the ones in Lord of the Rings. I think they were load-ins. I seem to remember them. Doing videos with Chazrad. Back in the day when I didn't live stream, and I just record it, and then I'd have to make several videos of it. And then Chazrad went missing. We never heard from him again. Boo! We want to say land ho, but we can't. Well, this would have been just as unexciting, I guess, if I had been on a boat the whole time. I really don't know if this is going fast enough. We've only gone a little. We've gone a little less than 10% of the distance there, which means it'll be 420 minutes. We still don't know. What don't I still know? Like a boat. Oh, two-person vehicle like a boat. Yeah, yeah. Well, the boats we have in 1.7 are definitely not two-person. But yeah, it's sort of like a boat, except the one in the back is free to turn around and shoot things with his arrows and bows. Bow, not bow. And that's a lot of fun. You know? A lot of craziness going on. I suppose we'll have war elephants next. With little towers on them. And then we can start playing chess. I wonder if they have any hungry nodes up here. Or if they're all down there. I don't know, for every good thing that they add to the game, they sometimes add like 2 bad things. I just can't trust them. I think what we all need to do, what the modding community needs to do is they need to decide, this is the version of Minecraft we're going to mess with. We're going to make our own special group for modding, and we're going to do updates to that version of Minecraft only. And it won't be it'll be mods, but there'll be like an official mod that will be the official, or not official, but the group official mod to modify that particular version of Minecraft. So like let's say if it was 1.15 or something, and then they say, okay, so the next one will be 1.15.3, 1.15.4, and they'll just keep doing that, and that'll be the as far as they can be concerned, the final version or something. I'm not saying it should be 115, I'm just saying whatever the number would be. Alright, daylight is here. We are not. Well, I looked it up and this thing does that. They do allow submersibles, and they do allow boats, or ships, I guess you could call them. And I don't know if those are better speed or anything like that. Chazrad and, what's his name? Mind of Mike. I can't land on that. Chazrad and Mind of Mike had something set up a long time ago with a ship that they made, but they didn't use Archimedes Ships Plus. This is the original name of what is now known as Da Vinci's Vessels. But this one is still Archimedes Ships Plus. And I think currently, for newer versions, they have another one called, something's Vessels. What was it, Pythagoras' Vessels or something? Something that's completely wrong. Pythagoras had nothing to do with it. I forgot who they said it was. But, you know. Just call it airships. Custom airships, a regular airship. We used to use something called Vizcraft or forgot what they were called. There was a Zeppelin mod. These are pre-constructed things, and they're not. It's easy to make something like this. This is just a really stupid-looking airplane. Mind if Mike used Ships mod? Yeah, it's Ships mod. We've got something like that. I mean, Archimedes Ships does also does ships mod, does the boats kind of thing. Thing is, I wasn't able to find any video of them going to Meneltarma, but I heard that they had done that. Maybe they've only intended to do it. Aren't they adding oleo fonts to the mod? Oh, you mean olive fonts? Yeah. Well, Nevins has been on a break. He's been on a break from working on the mod for like... He last worked on it in February, so that gives you some idea. Olive fonts. Yeah, I heard something about that, but it's like... It might be more trouble than it's worth. Sorry. You don't have to apologize. You are the customer, and I have to treat you well. You're not buying into this, are you? Come on, we need ourselves land. I gotta change the speed here. I will say though that it's gonna go faster now that I'm actually not turning around regularly. Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. That's one thing you can't do is you can't make an airplane out of dirt. We're gonna go to where the terrain is a little taller here. Keep looking at the contours. Ooh, getting tall over here. Oh! Oh yeah, good one over here. No, it's getting even taller. Oh, great. Ooh! Ooh, I think this is... Oh, there is land. It's this way. This time we're going to actually say something about the island. Actually named after somebody. Build on an oliphant. Oh, man, I have no idea. Artificial land. Down we go. I gotta press the down button. Land on that bird. I'm gonna land on you. Alright, fine. Hey! I said stop! Oh, there we are. Well, at least this works. I mean, in 1.12, it just all hell breaks loose, and you can't dismount properly, and oh, these are nice trees. Alright, we're gonna do this thing. We're going to set the speed a little faster, and this time I'm not gonna bother hiding the screen, because I don't have anything to hide today. At least I don't think I do. Alright, so. For the first time, see anywhere. See, there's Elden Ring. Everything looks weird because, the text looks all funny because this is a 720p and I usually do this at 1080. Not the streaming, but... Alright, so config folder. Some of these aren't actually on the, aren't in the mod pack, but I didn't get rid of the files yet. Alright, so here's the speed limit is 60. Let's set it to 90. I'm gonna regret this. I'm gonna regret this. I am gonna... I gotta take a drink. Mojang! November 15th. This is like the this is like the 30th anniversary or near the 30th anniversary of when I lost my second job. All right, we're gonna. I didn't need the dirt after all, but I do need these. So, okay, what are we gonna name this island? How big is the island? Oh, it looks like a duck. Okay, the island's a lot bigger. Okay, good. What are we gonna name this island? Artificial land? Salt of the earth? Oliphant Island. Duck related. Okay, duck soup. Duck duck goose. Duck take. I don't have any signs on me. Thought I had some signs. Okay. I should probably make more, actually. Gotta make some more signs. Mallard Isle. Oh, wait a minute. Messed up. Okay, so we're gonna call this Island 5. Now we're gonna crash. I'm fairly sure we're going to crash. Oh, wrong button. Okay, there's something funny about this. This jerking around. The airplane is jerking around. I think it can't handle going at this speed. Also, I don't think we're actually going faster. Those were seagulls, not ducks. Yeah. Oh, and hello, Ovmo. I didn't notice you were going. Great, I got a jerky aircraft. Oh, this is bad. Is it gonna do that if I align straight? Does it make jerking noises if I jerking speed? Oh, it's so slow. Seems alright. The instant you do this, it starts going... Oh, wait, no, it's not. Alright, it seems okay now. Still going very slowly. I think that there's a maximum speed limit. How am I? How would I know how I am? Think it's faster. I can't tell. I can't tell. Maybe it's faster. Seems the same speed to me. Listen, stop jerking around. Yeah. Yeah, so let's see if I can remember all the things I ever did with these aircraft. Went and got a troll. Brought him to my castle. Those were the days. And it was scaring the hell out of Chazred. So what he did was he made a bunch of bombs and attached them to his airship. Orc bombs, I guess they were. And that was the... I have no idea how he was getting those. Maybe... I don't remember if you could get those normally. But I don't think he was cheating. What happens when you break the wheel? Well, I think you can't break the wheel while it's in flight, or indeed while it's there. It doesn't really attach. But if you detach it, and if you align this to the other, because this is like a different dimension. It's not really a different dimension. You know, you got the Middle Earth dimension, and you got the dimension or the pocket dimension or something that contains this, and so it just shows one in relation to the other, which is how this works. So you can't really modify this in any real way. When you dismount it, it becomes part of wherever it was in. And then if you break it, then it just ceases to be an airplane. Well, whether or not this is faster, it's the fastest that I can get it to go, unless I double or triple or quadruple check it for everything else. So we're already at the 1 hour mark. We may be required to stop before we get to our destination. I will say though that we've gone 14% of the way there just now, so that's good. So it's better than boats, I think, but not by much. All previous attempts at going to Meneltarma were done off camera. And it would usually take 8 or 9 hours. And I couldn't make the journey until I knew exactly where it was, so I had to look it up. Back then it wasn't... It either wasn't on the wiki, or it was on the wiki, but they... or I just didn't know where it was exactly. And that was when I was on the official server. And I had to find it. And I was like, where is it? There was one time I just went south. I just went somewhere. I just went south or southwest or something. And... because I wanted to have a base that was far from everybody else, so that they wouldn't attack me so easily, because you got to get out there in a boat, you know. And I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed that island and setting up on that island. And I was always asking them, please keep this area, you know, whenever they'd reset bits of it, I'd say, oh, please keep this bit. What a thing to have to do. I can't wait for Create Aeronautics. It won't be much of a help to you. I don't think they'll ever get support for versions this old. Well, I do plan on having a later mod pack version. Maybe 1.16. I don't know yet. Maybe we'll do one with 119. I don't know. Well, have fun, Billig. Turamarth. See you around. Yeah, I haven't been interested in Create much anyway. Create's a good. I'm sure it's really good, but it's like it always just felt like trying to play Space Engineers or something. It's like, I don't want to go that. I'm used to Buildcraft. I'm used to Mechanism. Don't know if I can ever get used to Create, but I certainly would like to try. I'll never get the chance. I have just so much to do with everything else. If I didn't have to maintain a server and then constantly help out with the Cubic Chunks community, and the moment Cubic Chunks updates, like you know, then I have to set up the server for that, and that's going to be a lot more difficult now with the new computer. Still be done though. I have all the programs. As far as I know, they all work. Yeah, what do I need? I need like, let's see, 11 plus 5, 16. I need 16 diamonds and I have like either 5 or 7. So it won't take long. It won't take long. I can start on the... So the next episode of 7, whenever that is, because I got to go back to working on 0 because I am very far behind on 0. Then I gotta work on diamonds for this, and then I can just start on the tech stuff. Unfortunately, it won't be Create. My original plan was to have My original plan was to have video series for 0, which would keep updating. 7, what we're seeing now. 10, 12, 16, and eventually down the line there'd be one with the increased height. Well, after a while I realized that I can't do that many series, so I got rid of 10. And I'm still not sure what I'm going to do with 112, but it's probably going to be Cubic Chunks related. I might even just go back to my older map, which I had working, because I like that map. It was a nice map. Needed a lot of work, but it could be worked on. But 116 has been stagnating, and I have no idea what to say there. Is it going to be a 16? Is it going to be a 17? I don't know. But it's got to be the last version of Minecraft before we had the increased height. And then we have one, then we're going to do a new one, but what's that going to be, 119? I'm already playing 119 on 0 right now. So this is stuff that's really far future. So by the time I get around to a version of Minecraft that has Create on it, it'll have been a long time and there probably won't be much support for it. And for the old versions, I mean. Now, if Sneak were on, I could go on about how 83 is a great prime number. Man, dig that 83 prime number. This is some very patchy chunk loading for 1.7. I do not trust it. That's another thing they should have, though. They should have some kind of way to drop bombs. We should have like a bomb dropper thingy. It could be done. just has to be a single block. You put it in your back or something. Whatever. Then you just, while you're mounted on the ship, you press the B button. Drop the bomb. I like create lists for the automating of things and more so for non-gridlocked contraptions. Yeah, that makes sense. Automating is my big thing now, but I like the automations, like I said, with other mods. I think I've got extra utilities. I got open blocks. I got a bunch of them on here. All the old favorites, and that's what's so great about 1.7. You know, you can just keep playing it forever and ever. It'll always be there. The mods will always still exist in some form. You may have to back them up somewhere, but you know, because I don't think CurseForge is going to last forever. I think there's a knock-on effect on the internet. You know, after Elon. It's Elon, I know. After Elon Musk bought Twitter, and that started falling apart, I started thinking, you know, this could happen to almost anything. Just the wrong people buying the wrong place, and then they just run it into the ground, and then the new one is marginalized. Nobody cares about it. And they keep using the old one. GitHub could go away. You never know. CurseForge could go away. Modrinth could go away. And certainly websites go away. I remember, what do I remember? The whatchamacallit, the Deeper Caves mod. You know, that used to be attached to a website. It would contact the website. Hey, we're using the Deeper Caves mod, and we want to know if this is the latest version, or you're gonna tell us there's an update. You know, that's what we got here. That contacted. I don't know if any of them actually contacted anything, but yeah, it's one of those things. And so the website went down for Deeper Caves, and he didn't bring it back up. And I was like, okay, I'll just, but it would crash. It would just crash. It wouldn't let me play the game. And I'm like, well, if you're not going to write code to fix that, and if you're not going to bring your website back up just yet for that, then I'm going to have to rewrite the mod myself. And that's what I had to do. I had to remove the code. You know, that's just how that works. So anything could be lost. We may end up in a few years with regional internet. That is to say that we won't be able, not everybody will be able to contact somebody somewhere else. Like maybe the EU and the US will split or something from the internet, because the EU has these different regulations, and so it'll get to the point where we'll be blocking each other, can't contact each other in any way through that anyway. Maybe we could still use some third-party thing. So I'm hearing a lot of things about, you know, Twitter is going really bad because he's getting rid of much of the misinformation stuff, or at least he's trying to. And so a bunch of conservatives have been rejoining them, and there's a lot of the so-called misinformation coming out and so on and so forth. But the thing of it is, it's, what was I going to say? People are talking about, oh, we've got to leave Twitter, but then they don't say where we're supposed to leave, where we're supposed to go to, and they'll mention that the best option I've been given by anybody is Facebook. And, well, wasn't Facebook tracking us? Wasn't Facebook tracking us? Weren't we supposed to be getting rid of Facebook? So people are doing a 180 and they're saying, we gotta go back to Facebook. I do not want to go back to Facebook. So I'm like, I'm gonna stick it out on Twitter, you know. I mean, so you have to have verbal arguments all the time with conservatives if they're wrong about something, and that can happen. But anybody can be wrong. I've seen a lot of fact checking being done by Twitter itself that was wrong. Now I'm not going to cite anything now because this isn't about that. But it's like I can't trust anybody or anything to be right. I don't like Republicans, but I also don't like necessarily some of the political stuff going on with the Democrats. Oh, we're down to 80K. Okay. So the second 10,000. The second 10,000 took about 20 minutes, I think. No, 30 minutes. There's just no way we could get there. I think there's like a capped speed limit. If I set it to 120, it probably won't go any faster. Not a hungry minute. At least this time, with all my doings on this map, all of my doings on this map, I'm going to have no trouble keeping it going for a long time. And I'm not going to be switching away from this map like previous efforts. You get up to the best you could get with Mechanism or Buildcraft or something, or you get somewhere through Thaumcraft, but it's like, then you stop at a certain point, it's like, now what? Because now the map is done. How many times have I played a server that would have Thaumcraft, and I get about 10% of the way through it, and then it's like, nope, time to reset the server, but I wasn't done having fun. We played a map on 164. It was Crackpack. It was Mental Block Season 5 of the original. Not the season that we're on now, but the original Season 5. And that was... Actually, we're on Season 7, aren't we? Or was it Season 7 for Dark Time? See, I get these confused. But it's wonderful. You can play... you can play, and you don't have to worry about the place being reset. We played Crackpack, like I was saying, for months and months and months. And we were still using stuff we hadn't used before. Toward the very end, like one of the last episodes I did, was it J-Man and Isaac Dare had gotten together, and maybe it was Mortar Attack, I don't remember exactly who it was. And they'd gotten together and they built a tank. They were using one of those mods that adds tanks. And so the tanks would spawn in and they'd move around funny. It's like they were trying to attack my unfinished build. I think that's okay. It's an interesting thing, since this aircraft does not really interact properly with the world. I wonder what would happen when it gets near a hungry node. I think what would happen is that the node would start to pull me in, because I still interact with the world, but that the aircraft would not, and the aircraft would pull me in, the node would pull me, and it would be an interesting tug of war. Right. Well, it's nighttime, so I'm gonna have a drink here. Nice shallows over here. Wave sounds are too loud. Okay. Wait, that's video. We want audio. There we go. Let me know if it's still too loud. I have a problem with the microphone. I could set the microphone louder on Windows, but I don't know if that's too loud because it goes into the red if I do that, and I don't want it to go into the red, so I'm not sure if it's loud enough. I'm a somewhat loud guy when I talk. It's like Groucho Marx when he was at his loudest. Oh yeah, well I think that. That's the kind of volume that he used to have. Of course, back then the microphones were in mono. Yeah, you let me know if that's still too loud. Because I could change the microphone, make that louder, and then you're not going to like it, probably. Not an island. Nothing here is an island. No man is an island. Oh! I saw that. I saw that jump. It went faster for a second. When you can't see the dot, that's when you gotta be worried. Let's see. O is, well, U is Latino. O is... Can't remember. Old Castle. And S is Shrek's house. How long of a stream will this be? Well, it's probably going to stop after 2 hours. But, I don't know. We're making more progress than I thought. So we might get there sooner. I'm trying to get this thing to go as fast as I can, really. Uh-oh, it started to list funny again. Why? Jerky plane at best. You know, it might be that it's doing this because we're at extreme distances. You know, that can cause it. Alright, let's do this. See if this goes faster. But if it goes faster, that's no good because I have to go this way and not this way. Yeah. So it probably isn't going faster. At least it stopped jerking around. Oh, what was that? Any more islands? What was that other thing I used to do? I used to make aircraft that were made out of glass. That's a good idea, but I'm short on glass because I'm making some tech stuff earlier. I'd have to go to a beach, of which there are plenty in Middle Earth. I know. Yeah, I decided against going to Shrek's house. Well, if I've got an aircraft, maybe I could aircraft to Shrek's house. What else did I do? I had an emergency escape craft So at the end of the fight against Chazred at my old castle, I took my stuff and put it on there and I just left. The idea was that I was going to leave and then I would show up in the new map. But Chazred was taking his time with the new map, so we ended up just continuing the old map. And I swear I stopped for a second there. Like, clunk. That was just terrible, all that stuff. And then after that, it's like, no, the next season we're not going to have Archimedes Ships Plus. We're not going to have Barrel Mod. We're not going to have the other thing that we added. I forgot what it was. But we're going to have, well, it was the equivalent of gen structures. It wasn't what they are now, but it's what they were then. It was awesome. You know, and it just caused everybody to perk up at what was going on. But without this ships mod, I wasn't interested, you know, as much. So it was so liberating when we added the ships mod for, what was it, Da Vinci's Vessels for 112. For the first season of Cubic Chunks. It was awesome. It was very slow though, and we couldn't get that to go faster either. We could get it to go faster forward and backward, but up and down was impossible. If you have to go down 900 meters, it's faster to go by slow ladder than by the aircraft. That tells you something is wrong with the way the aircraft works. And we had fast ladders. It won't be very long before the fast ladder mod I was using stopped. Well, it stopped working. But it's like, now what? Well, we've gone past the 1/4 mark, so that's pretty good. So we'll probably be able to do this around the halfway mark. We'll stop, and then we'll just call it the end of the episode or something like that. On CC, there was an issue with disassembly outside. Oh yeah, there was the disassembling problem. 0 to 255 was fine, but outside that, yep. And I thought it was just above 255, and I was wrong when I found out you couldn't disassemble below 0. And there was even I think there was even a problem with it crashing if you could go below negative 4016. Well, for me, I don't really want to disassemble it so much. We could delete them. We had I'd set up a command block so you could delete anything, but it was causing problems. There's one you can't see. It's just past there. Disassembly was a big problem with that. There's probably a way that I could have looked through the source code and maybe found out what was wrong and then made my own version of it and then just distributed that. Although I'm not going to be able to do that till I can get Git running again. I don't think it's going to be possible. What season of MBCC had little tiles? Well, 1 did not. I think 2 did. We also had little tiles where we had the original early berg and the flat area. That was the one with the different not regions, not hybrid either, but each one was a different different presets in different areas. I keep forgetting if it was season 3 or season 4, but it was one of those two. 115 server didn't have little tiles. Correct. I'm not even sure they have 115. I thought it was 116. Oh no, I don't want to deal with little tiles anymore until we're going to actually use it. The dream is to have a map with a newer map later than 112 that has cubic chunks and little tiles, and if 117 cannot fulfill that function, or whatever version little tiles is on, then the dream is dead, basically. I think it would be really great if we could have servers for everything, and just have the servers just up all the time, or going down occasionally, and then just whoever joins whatever they want to. But it's like playing single player. There's really no. Oh great! I dropped my pen. When you have your finger on the W key, you must take the finger off the W key. Oh, I'm getting old. I will say that this is a greater distance to be covered in one episode. 50K. No islands to discover. Well, we found 2 so far. I liked the 115 server, and I was very upset to see it go. I had a whole bunch of plans for it. But it's like everybody had gone past 115, and I had a lot of very invasive mods that I couldn't update. And that was the problem. If you can't update, that's why we've got Mental Block the way it is now, where we change it from one version to the next. Theoretically, we should be doing 119.3 when that comes out. When's it going to come out? Wednesday? I don't know. Thursday? It's probably going to be 119.3 RC1 or something. We are making some pretty good time. But it still seems to be slower. Maybe if I stopped stopping all the time and stopping off at islands and stuff. I don't know. Stopped messing with the config. So how's things been going with you? My new computer's been doing pretty well, aside from the lag that the computer has, which really surprised me. 115 was old early bird. Oh! 115 was old early bird. Okay, so I've forgotten the name of the village in the flat world. The area where the middle bit was flat and everything else was regular terrain or crazy terrain. It happens. We name stuff. We can't keep track of our stories after a while. Oh, Flatberg. Of course it's Flatberg. Why didn't I remember that? It's flat, so of course it's Flatberg. I think I was going to call it Flatbush. But there wasn't a bush, so I thought, nah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I see the problem. I think the problem is it's trying. It's like it could go in two different. It could go this way at that angle, or it could go at that angle. But if you try to go in between that angle, then it starts jumping, being a little bit jumpy. So you have to get the angle just right. So what is the angle here? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so it's approximately that angle. What angle is that? I just see the numbers. Facing west. 63.1. Who cares? Basically, this is my last computer. I hope it'll last a few years, but if it doesn't, then I might have to switch back to the previous one, and that would be bad. Wouldn't be able to play Elden Ring, wouldn't be able to save all my... Well, you know how it is when you switch from one computer to the next. This is about as far as I could go, unless I get a new job doing something that I don't want to do, because that's about the only kind of jobs available. And I'm determined to never again work in retail. It's a pathway to destruction. The world's ending over there, and so on and so on and so on. If we can get to 50K before 2 hours, if we can get to 50K before 2 hours, then maybe I can stream the whole thing in one. But then it'll be a 4-hour stream, which I don't want. But I've done 4-hour streams before, and it ticked off Minecraft, I think. I don't know. What was that? Oh. I saw something else. Lots and lots of ancient structures in the middle of the ocean. Now I can understand ancient structures off the shore slightly. But when there's lots and lots of ancient structures in the middle of, well, this, who would set up over here? What's so bad about a 4-hour stream? Nothing! There is nothing wrong about a 4-hour stream so long as I can continue to do so. And I can. I can make it for 4 hours. My health has not been very good of late, but I haven't been sick. Except that one time I had a really bad coughing fit. It's dust allergies, I tell you. You just gotta get that stuff out of your throat. You're like... It's horrible. It's just horrible. Nothing I can do about it. Oh, and my new computer has magnets in it. There's magnets all over my computer. It's a refrigerator, I tell you. The thing looks like a refrigerator. It's as cold as a refrigerator because of all these fans. I can't turn off some of these fans because I don't need them. I think I do need them. I don't know. I'm scared about turning them off, you know, if I could turn them off. And I don't have the speed fan program installed anyway. But, it's got, the door has a magnet holding it shut. And there's magnets holding the little tarp on the top of it. Which I guess is theirs to prevent from dust falling inside the computer. But I don't know if that's what it's really doing. But there's magnets in this stuff. I'm quite amazed that that they have one and it doesn't affect the hard drive. It's not all SSD either. It'd be nice if it were all SSD. I'd be like, oh, but then SSD has its own problems. It's even got a light on. It's got the lights on the fans on the inside, and you've got a glass door. We can see into it, and we can see all these lights. Although it's really facing a wall, so I can't see it right now, but it gives off light anyway. But it's like the door is closed. The light should turn off. So we have a new fridge. We have a new fridge meme going on that's surpassing the one on the Cracked World Discord. So forget that. I gotta get back to the Cracked World. I've been away from it for too long, and there've been a bunch of people playing on there. Wait, what song is that? Yeah, something from the 60s. These strange, mysterious structures. Are they Numenorian in origin? 50K by 2 hours. I don't think it can be done. We've got like 13. We've got 13,000 left to go, and we've got like 22 minutes or 21 minutes or something. And I think the further out that we get from the main area, the more glitchy the aircraft will be. Probably will start to get really glitchy around the well, it might be okay. It might be okay. It'll be less than 200K. It'll be less than 150K. So, yeah, maybe it'll be okay. I don't know. There's gotta be no way we'll get there in time, though. So, I don't want to have a 5-hour stream. That's just too much. 6-hour stream, 7-hour stream. I just don't have that kind of stamina. Well, let's see. It's hour and a half. So we started at 8 o'clock. A 4-hour stream will set me off past midnight. I can stay up past midnight. You know, that's not a problem. What other things do I have to complain about my new computer? Not what people necessarily want to hear. I'll talk about anything you want to talk about, provided that I actually know something about it. Oh, island. Some surface coral, nice. Okay, gotta stop. Island 6. What are we gonna name it? In the name of continuing Flatberg, maybe we could call it Seaberg. Seaberg. the extra islands, they were a big surprise. I didn't know they existed back when I first played this, and when I found out that they did have islands, I was like, oh, that's awesome. And they looked like realistic islands. I was really surprised. I wonder to what extent was Mevins doing this. Well, it's not important, but it's interesting. More coral over there, I think. Can't see the colors. What is it that Jim Backus said in one of my favorite movies? It's the only way to fly. But I saw that. Oh no! We've gone in between again and it's gonna... And this plane is just as bad as the one from 1916 that they flew in that movie. Come on, stop jerking around. There. We really should add to the mod. We should be able to add to the mod to play airplane sound. They go. New, I guess you mean news. News of the week. Jimi Hendrix is now on YouTube Music. For the longest time, Jimi Hendrix album on YT was Band of Gypsies. Yeah. Well, we've got that problem with the Eagles. Just try to find Don Henley's song Dirty Laundry, and they put it up and then it gets taken down. They want more, they have an agent that insists that they get paid more royalties than any other band. And so these songs do not stay on YouTube for very long. They get taken down because they're not paying enough royalties. And so I guess it was the same thing with Jimi Hendrix's music, much of it. So you're also, so not only can you not hear Don Henley's Dirty Laundry, which is one of my favorite songs, bunch of Eagles songs that they don't play. One that they haven't had available for a long time is title track Long Road Out of Eden. Really was an awesome song. Do 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 do. I'm gonna stop there so that they don't try to copyright claim my video. There was one guy who got copyright claimed for playing a MIDI of a song, and he had put the MIDI together himself. There's a lot going on with YouTube. You know, the bad things that happen to YouTube, right now it's about equal to the bad things that go on with Twitter. The difference being that for Twitter, there's other things that people could theoretically go to, but everybody hasn't decided we will go here and this will be good. Like I was saying, Facebook is not an option, so the people saying go to Facebook, they're apparently fine with bad things, just like when we do something on Twitch or on YouTube. It's like our real stream options are Twitch or YouTube. There's other options, but nobody watches those videos on those sites. You know, that's why I'm on YouTube, is it's got more people watching for that. But for gaming, you see, Twitch is better. But Twitch doesn't save the videos. So I have about 15 minutes left. This version of the mini-map, I don't think it's doing elevation regarding water. I mean, the elevation of the water is the same, but I mean, underneath that, they should show elevation of what's down there. And they're not. How deep the water is should be a different color. I've seen it all the time in atlases and stuff. one big long road. There's 16 chunks, supposed to be 16 chunks. I'm not sure they're all loading. I think that some of them are loading, some of them are not loading. Chunk loading is terrible in 1.7. That's why I don't really want to play it as much Coral over there as I used to. But Who else has been not on YouTube? Well, once in a while I watch reaction videos. And sometimes a reaction video gets taken down. Somebody reacting to a particular song or album or something, and it's like, nope, can't stay up. And Beatles reaction videos, especially for entire albums, are hard to come by. And this one person, you really don't need a reaction video to something that everybody's already heard, but it's like interesting to hear them or to see them hear the songs for the first time from the 1960s. And they're like, oh, this is interesting, and oh, what happened here? And but it's a waste of time, really, to watch those. It's nice to hear, or it's nice to see somebody appreciate something that you already appreciate. But ultimately it's a waste of time. But reaction videos are this really weird thing. I've even seen, and this is ridiculous, I've seen a reaction video of somebody else's reaction video. That was an idea that I had. I thought I should do that, and somebody else already did it. Alright, I'm not doing it then. So as the sun sets slowly, and really slowly, this is Minecraft, and this is especially slowly for Minecraft, into the west, and as we travel into the west, and as we have absolutely no idea if we're going to be able to do all this in one session or if it will require two, then we can only say that we are completely stymied as to what to do next. Okay. Well, I've run out of things to talk about. That's why I usually stop around 2 hours. Let's see. There was a video released on... it was a Star Wars video. It was a 3-minute cartoon about Grogu. And it's nothing like a story. It's just Grogu interacting with some bizarre tiny things. Reaction videos are hacky. Yeah, I don't like them as much. They'll stop a song midway through it and then they'll start talking and I'm like, you ruined the song by not playing it all the way through from the beginning. They have to get their first impressions down while they still have them towards the beginning of the song. Well, I don't know what this is, but this is interesting, blah blah blah. As long as they're listening to the song or watching the movie or whatever it is for the first time, and they get a genuine reaction, that is great. But they might be people you don't like. People bring their preconceived notions to what they're doing. And when you watch a movie or when you listen to music or when you play a game or whatever, it's the first time. You can't unhear this. Yes, they have lots of Beatles stuff. The note in the Beatles song that you'll never forget again because it's a really weird note. And then they'd spend 20 minutes talking about it, and I love it. 20 minutes easily, yeah. I gotta take a drink here. Yeah, they had they had one recently on something. Forgot which one it was. They had a bunch of really great ones. I found myself watching the You Can't Unhear This. I think they did one video about something that wasn't the Beatles, but I can't remember where it was. Another one, there's a lot of insight and analysis and sometimes even interviews that are connected with the Beatles in some way or another. And then there's this one guy, Rick Beato. He talks a lot about a lot of shop about music, you know, because he knows a bunch of people in the industry, and I guess he was in a band, but I don't know what band it was. The Beatles' debut single. Can't Blimey Love? I don't know. Well, I've got a British accent and I've got to sing with it. I really don't want to do that because it really sounds like shit. I'd rather sing like an American, but I can't blimey love. Yeah, the Beatles didn't try to sing in a British accent. That was horrible. They didn't. They sang just, they wanted it to sound like rock and roll. Rock and roll came from the US. So they're like, we gotta sound like Americans. And I was like, and that happened with the Rolling Stones. The way they were singing the Rolling Stones, it was more like people of the southern U.S., because they were more based on blues than the Beatles were. So the Rolling Stones, and they'd sing like that, and I was like, are they from the South? What? I find out they're from Britain, and I'm like, what is going on over there? But you get once you sound a certain way. Hold on. Alright. Once you sound a certain way, it's best to stick with that. Madness, I don't know if I've talked about Madness before on this topic, but Madness never tried to affect a distinctly Middle Atlantic or American sound to their voice. So they'd sing, an earthquake is erupting, but not in Orange Street. A ghost dance been preparing. You got to help us with our feet. If you're not in the mood to dance, you know, they'd sing like that, and it was hard to understand some of what they were singing. And it's fun. It's fun to try to affect the accent by just listening to the way they're singing, instead of, like, you know, practicing with somebody who's trying to teach you the idioms of speaking. It's like, no, let's just listen to some song. And there's some I can't sing because they sing too fast sometimes. It's lovely. Or as the Welsh say, there's lovely. I'm not making fun of them. People are people, so why should it be? All right, so I got 4 or 5 minutes left, and I've got 10,000. There's no way it can't be done. I'm gonna have to just stop at the 2-hour mark, even though I want to continue. It's gonna end up having to be probably like 5 hours, and I just don't have. I guess I've got 5 hours. It's only 3 more hours from here. But I'm really gonna run out of things to talk about. Really, completely. I forget. Is there a button to turn off the? Well, that's off. But it's like the bar at the top. Is there any way to turn that off? F3 does it, and escape does it, and text does it, but I want to do it while I'm just flying around. I gotta be careful what button I press. The Beardles could probably sing the theme to Hair, I suppose. I don't know the words to Hair. Okay, at some point they go, "Oh, say can you see?" So I think they're copying. There's also a line that I know there's a line that goes, "Don't need to cut it because it stops by itself," but I never heard it in the song itself. I just heard it as describing the song. It's like they were talking about, does hair have a natural length that it goes out to if you don't cut it? And they quoted hair for some reason. But I don't remember the line. The same thing happened when I was reading about the song about the Age of Aquarius. That they were saying it's actually 500 years in the future or something. I forgot what they said it was. But then they're singing, "This is the dawning of the Age of Aquarius." I'm like, what, are they singing from the perspective of 2525 or whatever year it is that they're going on about? I don't know. Much though I would like to see some confirmation of a hungry node somewhere. I mean a proper one, not just one that... It doesn't look like a hungry node, but that doesn't mean that it couldn't be. You know, I want to see it swallow up some squid or fish or something. But I really don't want to get too near it. Back in back in the crack pack season, there was a hungry node near my base. I went to this island, there was a node right there, and it just sucked me up. And so what I did was, I put up a bunch of obsidian. I guess it can't take obsidian. Oh, you. I get the impression the music industry was very segregated back in the day. Mostly. I don't know which day you're referring to. If you mean the 60s, there still was some. If I remember correctly, Marilyn Monroe was going to this one club, and they wanted her to keep going to that club, but there was this black singer, and I forget if it was Etta James or if it was somebody else. I really forget who it was. And they weren't treating her right or something, or they weren't going to let her perform or something, and Marilyn said, "I'll buy a box seat. I'll buy a season ticket box seat if you let her in." So they let her in. You know, it's stuff like that was trying to change that. There was still segregation even as late as the beginning of MTV, though. They wouldn't play black acts on MTV. And so Michael Jackson had a video, and they wouldn't play it, and so the studio had to step in and said, "Well, if you're not going to play Michael Jackson, you're not going to play any of our other videos that of any of our acts." You know. If it wasn't for Michael Jackson's Billie Jean, and that wasn't his first video ever, that was just the first one on that album. But if it wasn't for Billie Jean, we wouldn't have the level of integration within the music industry that exists now, but it's still segregation in many ways. I mean, rap is more black centric, and heavy metal is more white centric, and there's other stuff, and that's just how it is. It might be part of culture, it might be part of something else. I don't know. And really, I'm not qualified to speak on this. You know. But yeah, very segregated back in the day. But they struggled, you know, just like today. Today the trans people are struggling against various forms of oppression. Why trans specifically? I don't know why they're the big target right now. And I mean, I guess the idea is if the Republicans, maybe it's a test case. If the Republicans succeed in stopping them and marginalizing them to the extent that they're willing to just lay down and die, sort of let things like that happen to them, then they can start targeting gays again and lesbians and whatever else that they are going to target. You know, so that's what I'm thinking is there's always going to be a test case of somebody somewhere being treated badly. And oh, I saw that. There was something there for a second. No, I don't see it now. Anyways, I'm saying there was always going to be a test case. If we're not talking about marginalization through politics, then it's a case of what was I saying? Yeah, that's a case of, for example, workers being treated badly by rich executives. You know, so there's always going to be some kind of problem. Who can we get away with treating badly? And that's not good at all. Everybody should be treated the same. We were supposed to have a law about that. And the law went, or the law, it wasn't a law, it was just a statement at the beginning of a yellow document from bazillion years ago. And it's all men are created equal. They said men. Now, they might have meant humans, but yeah, it sounds sexist now, doesn't it? A whole bunch of nodes today, or tonight. No, I'm just going to have to go find land and stop. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go find land, I'll stop, and I'll see if boats go faster. I think boats do not go faster, but I can't be sure. That's what Beleg Tuarmarth was saying. Is he thinks this is faster than boats, but I'm not sure. But it's gotta be faster than boats, or this is gonna have to be 2 parts. I will say one thing. Oh, hold on. Well, and there are more scenes nowadays, more genres. Back in the day, it seems like you were either in the black camp or the white camp. Well, rock and roll is the attempt to do a white version. Oh, here's a place I need to go to right now. Rock and roll is the white doing of R&B. Alan Freed was white. He liked the music of the black people, but he couldn't get people to go to those kind of those kind of shows. I was stupid. I should have done this and this. And so that's how rock and roll got started. But then they got black acts coming in doing rock and roll, and that upset people. And there were black people and white people dancing in the same dance halls, and that was upsetting a lot of racists. You know, that's how that was. That's the crossover. But it's like in the '60s, when you get off my boat, my boat. All right, let's get the boat out. It goes slowly at first. I think it's faster. I bloody think it's faster. I think it's bloody faster. Well, Bayleg, you wanted to know what happened. Or no, did you want to know what happened? Somebody wanted to know what happened. Alright, what are we gonna name this island? Let's get this going. Segregation Island. No. No, we don't want to commemorate that. Genre Island. No. Rap music. Definitely not rap music. I don't like rap music. Most rap music. Some I like. A very, very small amount of rap music I like. Maybe 20, 25 songs and that's it. And I can live without it, really. It's just not my style. Can't call this Heavy Metal Island either. Bird Island, no. Blimey Island. Blimey Shores. Polly Shores? I have no idea what to call this place. Well, we did Natin Island. Can we do... Is Sizzin Island? Sizzin... no. OU812? Land of Isle. Whoops. Land of Isle. Oh, you want Blimey Shores. Okay, fine. Okay, we'll do Blimey Shores. 221115. And that's it. Well, I guess we're not going to be doing the ship's helm. We're going to try to get there a little faster. We could run and jump and sing, but I won't fight. Wait. Song quotes. I'm not sure this is faster than the boats. It didn't occur to me to look to see if my boat mod that keeps the boats from breaking also allows for increased speed, and I made a mistake of forgetting that. Oh, I just remembered. I gotta make a figure. Island 7. Is it safe? Huh? Where did it go? Where did it go? Wait, this is it. Ah. Nothing is safe. How does he do that? How does he do that? Does the boat actually go faster when you do that? What the? It turned. It's being pushed around by the shore. Okay, now this is freaking weird, man. I'm being blown off course. So that's what that was all about. Clunk. Are you hip to new music? I am not hip to auto-tune where they don't care that they don't sound real. It might have been a good idea for the when they started doing auto-tune stuff in the 90s, but there's very little new music I like. I liked Def Leppard's Diamond Star Halos, came out this year. I liked Freeze Pop's new album, to an extent. I think their previous album had gotten messed up. I really just don't go around saying, oh, I like this piece of music or that piece of music or whatever. I really don't listen to a lot of music. I really just like, I just pick a few groups that I like and I listen to them all the time. And most of this stuff is from the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And there's a little bit from the 90s, and that's it. And there's System of a Down, and there's Freeze Pop, and there's just a few other recent groups. I cannot tell if this is faster. I think it's the same speed. Did they set the maximum speed for the Archimedes ships to be the exact same as the boat? Maybe they have to because of the nature of the code being used or reused or something? Yeah, there's this, there's some small amount of classical music that sometimes I'm nuts about. What was interesting was when they did The Dark Knight, and, who was it, James Newton Howard, or was it the other guy? Did The Dark Knight, and it was like, and they're just going, it's just the whole movie is just like, this is a very daring thing to have done. I'm trying to stay hip with what's coming out. Nah. But you know, they'd say, oh, here's the latest song by somebody or other, and I'm like, I don't know why I should listen to that person. There was a huge effort in the late 60s, early 70s to keep the sexy people off the radio. There were the people who were supposedly good looking, and they were like, we want to play music on the radio that is good music and it sounds good and it's not affected by what they look like. So you get some pretty ugly people having songs. I'm not saying Billy Joel was a good example. Wait a minute, is this another island already? Billy Joel Island. No, that's not going to work. Ugly People Island. Hip Island. Hip replacement island. Uh, unexpected island in bagging area. Island 8, which is next to Butterfield 8. It's Sneak! Oh, you missed it! We had something earlier you might have liked to have heard about, but now I've forgotten what it was. Was that as a cool person streaming? Well, no, I've got a nice heated basement. Ta, and I dare say da. $83 is a nice prime number. Although I like it because it... Oh, apparently I've been reset. Apparently my stream has been reset. That's just freaking great. Why does it do that? Now I can't pay attention to how long it's been, except I know it started at 8 o'clock. It looks composite, but it's actually prime. Yeah, that's what I like about those. Or no, it looks prime, but it's actually composite. Oh, you were talking about 83. No, 83 doesn't look composite to me. There it is. Alright, here we go again. Since the damn thing reset, I might as well keep it going. And if it turns out to be two files, then maybe I could re-upload them later as 2 parts or something. Change the title. Part 1, Part 2. This happens all the time on Twitch, but it shouldn't happen on YouTube. There's no reason why it should. I was doing so well with the aircraft and everything. Do you remember what the cool thing is that I would have liked? Well, you would have liked to get that that algorithm of yours working properly. I can sympathize. I've tried to do stuff like that in the past. It used to drive me crazy. I'm just happy if I can write a program that works. I've written a program that parses everything into strings. And so it's not quite as fast as it needs to be. But I still want to parse it like that because that's all my algorithms for detecting, you know, whether A divides B. You know, I have strings for that. I have strings to calculate the square roots and stuff if I need to do that. I don't know if I could do cube roots. Reason I gotta use strings is because that way you can have enough digits. Otherwise you gotta import something. Otherwise I gotta import something that has long, some kind of special long, extremely long digit thing. String theory. It still says it's the same string, so it might have just been in the studio. Oh, that's good. That can bother the hell out of me. Because sometimes it does reset. 2 Block Island. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh well. There's a block right there. No, it's a squid. Oh, that's right. It turns when you turn on a boat. It turns. Do everything, turn. I use big integer in Java because it's easier. And they've got stuff like that in C++ and Free Basic. Oh no! It's a FitMC moment. I'm going a very long distance by boat, and it's electrifying. And as soon as lightning could strike me and then I'll be dead. And it happened to fit when he was going out to the world border once. And he never talked about it again because technically he had to cheat after he got killed because he was away from the computer when that happened. For a big Inu. Big Inu, of course, for those who don't know, is one of my favorite mods, but unfortunately it no longer works, and it hasn't worked at all in 1.19, and they've stopped working on it because it was just meant for their server, for their just having fun with their server, and I can't join their server, nor do I wish to. But we've got Inventorio, which also doesn't work on 1.19.3 snapshots. And we're still waiting for them to get rid of the necessity of I'm in serious trouble. I wish they made boats with beds on them or something. I mean, I can make one, yes. I could make one, but I want one like this. Over here next. Oh, wait. Keep forgetting. You gotta let go of the button. You gotta let go of the forward button. Can't hear you over the thunder. Did you hear the thunder? Better run. You better take cover. Hey, it's gotta be the microphone. Give me a second. Give me a second and I'll fix this. I'll fix the microphone. I'll raise it back up to the old levels. It's at like 85. I can set it up to 100. Maybe that'll be fine. I don't know. But first let's ambient environment is down to 50. Weather is down to 50. Maybe I'll make weather 25. Alright, so let's see here. You see, this doesn't help because that's up to 100. But apparently there's like a microphone level somewhere. There we are, 85.
It's very loud now.
I don't know if that's good. But that's what we're going to go with. Should be okay now. Whoa! Like I said, it's a problem. Some background noise. It gets covered up by the waves. Well, you know, you've got lightning, you've got rain, you've got the wave noise. It's just a loud thing. Like I said, boat with bed. Well, my stream, as far as I know, isn't lagging very much. Even though it's raining, and raining is very bad for a video. In the 70s, the radio was out of reach. It was on top of the refrigerator. The first song I remember was my mom was singing to me, The Letter by the Box Tops. Dun, 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 get me a ticket on an airplane. Ain't got time to take a fast train. So you know that song. Or maybe you don't know that song, but there's that song. But Mom would sing it, and she was not a very good singer. But for that song, it was okay. Then I finally heard it on the radio, and it was my favorite song. I had no choice over to what to listen to. My dad would listen to classical music all the time. Mom would have the radio on, but I couldn't reach it. I couldn't say, turn that up. So there'd be whatever was playing. So they'd play Uncle Albert Admiral Halsey by Wings. Or maybe it was just Paul McCartney without Wings. I forget. I think it was Wings. Anyway, that's a great song, but it was weird. The first part is slow, and then when it speeds up, it sounds like they cut to a commercial. It was like it was a Hamm's commercial or something, because they were repeating the word water. Instead of from the land of sky blue water, it was hands across the water. It was the same thing as far as I knew. Witchy Woman, that was another one I used to hear a lot. What's the name of that? Hummingbird by Seals and Crofts. That's the one that goes, hummingbird, don't fly away, dan, 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 dan. That one, I didn't know the title of the song. I didn't hear what the lyric was even. I'm just hearing. Then they started doing disco on the air. And it was weird because disco wasn't really intended for radio, but they started playing it up. I am getting annoyed at this. I guess it'll stop eventually. I guess it'll stop eventually, but it's like... Let's just see how long we can keep this rain going. Toggle on downfall. Disco, when they started playing that on the radio, it was really weird because I was like, well, it sounded cool, but it wasn't on the radio for very long. Oh, wait. But I think we found a way that makes sense to factor numbers. However, I don't know exactly how quick it is or how much closer it would get me to factoring a number before it would involve guessing. Time keeps on guessing, guessing, guessing into the factors. I want to have a big prime number. Hey, there's cash prizes for that stuff, It's no laughing matter. Well, maybe it's not a cash prize. Maybe they write you a check, but you know what I mean. It's about 8:30. No, wait. 8:24. There we go. Okay, so 10:24. Why did I say 8:24? Let's see, 10:24. So it's 2 hours and 24 minutes. Yeah, so it should be under 5 hours. I think the boat is going faster than the airship. If this was a multiplayer game, if I had this on server, we could test it, but that's no good. I need to know if it's faster in single player. Maybe a faster minecart mob, but then you gotta build a track. Man, this is ridiculous. Maybe one night I'll sleep. Haven't got a full night's rest in weeks. Sorry to hear that. I'm having the same problem. I just can't sleep 8 hours. I've never been able to sleep 8 hours. My parents would make me go to bed when I was a little kid, and it was like 10 hours of sleep was required. And I was like, I'd wake up at like 5 a.m. or something, and I'd want to get up and play because there's nothing you could do if you stay in bed for too long, you get a headache. I wake up with a headache, and I'm like, oh man. My headaches were really bad when I was a kid.
It's some 5G waves, I tell ya.
Just ain't natural for to have any more than 4G.
Human body can't take that much acceleration. Rockets are terrible, I tell ya. Man wasn't meant to go into outer space because he can't breathe the stuff.
Yeah, once disco hit, I know maybe you don't want to hear about disco. I remember disco Star Wars, and I remember Love to Love You Baby, and what was the other one? Hot Stuff. Looking for some hot stuff. There was a bunch of songs. I keep looking at the horizon and it doesn't look right. Why is the horizon black, I ask?
Can't breathe that lack of stuff?
There's not much to say about disco. It wasn't on the air for very long. It was weird because right away they had punk rock and they didn't put that on the radio. And they had new wave and it was on the radio. They didn't really put new wave on the radio in its early fast-paced days. What they did was they just went back to playing pop music and stuff. You'd have... So they basically were bringing back some of the songs from 76, 75, stuff like Afternoon Delight and Bad Bad Leroy Brown, and just any song that was very nice. But the really good music was taken off or not put on at all, and we had to wait years before it was something great. Do I like ABBA? Dancing Queen is the only one I can remember of theirs. They also did SOS, a palindrome title from a palindrome group. Oh, I like Frida. Frida was from ABBA, and she said Something Going On, and she's playing that Phil Collins drum beat because he discovered this way to do drums by playing it through the talkback when he was producing Intruder by Peter Gabriel. So Phil Collins was like, I've got to use that kind of drum sound in all of my, or most of my songs I'm going to do. So he goes, gated reverb. Yeah, I think that's it. Bit of an echo sound, and there are people saying it's the sound of the 80s. But then in the middle of the 80s, they started using drum machines. And I think the first album that did drum machines was Tin Drum by Japan. And I know nothing about that album. I've tried to get it, and I don't know if it's any good. I've never heard any of it on the radio or anything. Even when I used to listen to an alternative radio station in the 90s, and they had an 80s hour at noon, and they wouldn't play anything from Japan. They were probably more likely to play Alphaville or something, and which of course is big in Japan. Yeah, I remember as a kid was really upset that disco went away. Not because there was a backlash against it. They just stopped doing that stuff. It's like, I think what killed it wasn't that people said disco was dead because it had been around for long enough. It was, I think the song Disco Duck ruined it. And it was funny because as a kid, I liked that song. Today I listen to it and I just cringe, but it was really big back then. My dad seemed interested in that song too. He hated disco. And then I think Ringo Starr did a disco album, which was weird. I don't remember hearing any of the songs by Wings, except for Uncle Albert Admiral Halsey, in the 70s actually. Yeah, see you around, Sneak. You're always welcome here or wherever you go. Well, maybe not wherever you go, but anything involving me. I say you're welcome. Enjoy some K-pop. I'm not big on any of the letter pops, but there. What was the name? Ninjin Izu has some really great heavy metal. That's not Korea. I know. Okay, so where was I? Yeah, so the first song that I remember hearing that was anything Beatles related after the 70s was All Those Years Ago. Welcome to Park Your Car in My Driveway. Well, I don't have a driveway. I'm on one of those straight streets that doesn't have driveways. It just has places to park. You're welcome to park there, of course, but there's lots of extra cars in the neighborhood, so there's a lot of there's few spaces available usually, except during the day when they've all gone to work. Thing about the All Those Years Ago song was I didn't know what the title was, because I remember they sang at one point, George sang "All You Need Is Love," and I was like, oh, so that must be the song "All You Need Is Love." And I was wrong. That's not All You Need Is Love. That's All Those Years Ago. And then I listened. When I finally got to listen to All You Need Is Love, I'm like, all right, I finally get to listen to this thing. All you need is love. Do, 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 do. And at the end, they start singing, "She loves you, yeah, yeah, yeah." Island. Few blocks. Not worth. It's not worth it. It's too small. Oh, ooh. Ew. Yeah, see, these underwater things are on islands, and they're above. Oh, I killed a fish. That's the first fish I filled today. Fish, you know what I mean. All right. Lights. There's nothing down here. The thing I like about the "She Loves You" song is we can never ever listen to it again the way it was originally intended to be heard. The original recording of "She Loves You" with the original master of it was stolen. Not lost, but stolen. Well, it was also lost, but it was actually physically stolen. And and this was somewhere in the mid 60s. So what they had to do was they had to make new master based on an existing disc. So there's some compression now, and so we no longer have the original sound of "She Loves You," unless you could get one of the original discs if it were unopened. And I think there's still a few of those around somewhere, of the original pressings. Then you can find a copy of that song the way it originally sounded. It's one of those really weird things. I guess they could fix it up for remastering, but it's still not going to sound the way it originally did. There's a lot of weird stuff going on. They made really bad stereo whatchamazits. They made some really bad stereo edits. Not edits. What's the word I'm trying to remember? Mixes. Yeah, they made some really bad stereo mixes in the early days, and they just sounded so bad that when they released the stuff on CD, they're like, no, we're not going to do stereo. It's going to be mono, even though we're labeling it stereo for the remasters on CD. Stereo mixes are terrible on headphones. Oh yeah, one of the first CDs I ever bought, not the first, well I got Sgt. Pepper first. It was before they remastered it, so it was the old, it sounded like the old stereo mix. And it was nice, but on headphones, the first Pink Floyd album, if you listen to the original mix for Astronomy Domine, and it's like when they're shifting from left channel to right channel, and it's like you could hear click, 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 click. It's like, no. And that was the first, when they put that on CD, was the first time I ever heard the original version of Astronomy Domine, because the cassettes all had the version from Ummagumma on whenever they put the original album out. It was part of a 2-pack. It was called A Nice Pair. I just hate how the studios interfere with the music. You know, we're bringing over this British group to the U.S., but we don't like their track listing, and some of the mixes are a bit long. You know, so let's see, level 42. We're going to bring forth World Machine, but it's going to have 3 of the tracks are removed and we're replacing it with these 2 tracks, which were from the previous album, but, well, we didn't release the previous album, so who cares, in the U.S. And then Duran Duran's Rio. Nope, that opening from Rio is too long. It takes too long to build up. Oh, you got to shorten it, so we got to remix it. And it's just studio interference, one thing after another. And it's just, and oh, then at some point in, what was it, the 90s or the early zeros? That's Two Fish Dead now. Was it the 90s or was it in the zeros that they had a big fire that destroyed a whole bunch of their stuff in the warehouse? All of these master tapes completely wiped out. The Beatles' Butcher album. Well, I think that wasn't a You Can't Unhear This, was it? Because it's not about hearing it, it's about looking at it. I love the Butcher cover, though. Really, really great stuff. I think it's out of context enough that it belongs there, because too much in context going on, you know. What was the U.S. version of Spinal Tap's first album? Not the real first album, which was just this black. It's all black, none more black. But the fictional first album by Spinal Tap, released in the U.S. as Spinal Tap Sings, Listen to the Flower People and Other Favorites. That's the kind of thing. First album by the Beatles was originally just called... wait a minute, I'll get it. I remember it was called Please Please Me because it was after the song. And VJ released the album and they called it Introducing the Beatles. And it said... And on the cover it would say, With Love Me Do and 12 Other Songs. And of course, that's just the wrong approach to album covers. I'm not saying that controversial is always the way to go. And then what happened with Metallica's first album? You know, I don't remember what the original cover was going to look like, but the original title of Metallica's first album was Metal Up Your Ass. Beatles canon is weird. By canon, you mean history, or do you just mean the canon of their works? Because I know a lot about Beatles history, and it's just absolutely crazy. There's this book by Lewison called. He's trying to write 3 books, but he'll never get books 2 and 3 out, because it'll be the end of the world before he could get the 3rd one out, and who knows if he'll get the 2nd one released. And it's just this humongous work on everything the Beatles ever did, from youth. Like Paul McCartney killed frogs because he was preparing for when he was going to get drafted. So he goes around playing, and so he's killing and dismembering these frogs and putting them on spikes and stuff. And it's like, this is really bad. So many stories about the Beatles. There's them, there's the Marx Brothers. They've all got these interesting stories because they had a long career, or they had a long section before they were a success, and it makes them more interesting. What is albums are considered canonical? Yeah, unless you're getting into the albums like Live at the Star Club in Hamburg, or or other bootlegs. The Beatles in Italy. That's the one I remember when we went to the music store and they had a bootleg and it was The Beatles in Italy. And it wasn't a recording of them in Italy at all. I don't even know what it was a recording of. I've forgotten. I remember when me and my cousin got a single and I got an album, and I was, oh, this is great. But it was their first Capitol album, which was Meet the Beatles, or Beat the Beatles, or whatever it was. And it had the wrong track listings. It was worth listening to anyway. Their early stuff. It wasn't their earliest stuff, so that's good. Oh, and John Lennon's first song. Everybody will tell you John Lennon's first song was Hello Little Girl. But it was actually Calypso Rock. Because he was trying to make a Calypso song, and he was trying to infuse it with some rock and roll. And he couldn't remember it the next day, so that was the end of that song. Got a cough here. And so my cousin played the song, and so we sit there at her house or at her apartment in that really stupid, one of those old stupid mono record players, and we're like, we're gonna listen to that. We're gonna listen to this song. Let It Be. We knew Let It Be. Let It Be is perhaps one of those songs that just to me feels overlong. But then we flipped it over, and it's. No, you know what? It wasn't Let It Be. It was A Long and Winding Road, I think. Whatever it was, whatever the song was that had the B-side, which was You Know My Name, Look Up the Number. And if you've ever heard that, you know how crazy that is. And I was jealous. I'm like, you only have one single, but I want to trade my whole album for that. Years before I could listen to that again. Weird to have so many squid and then there's just a few fishes. I Lost My Little Girl was a McCartney tune. Yeah, he wrote it about the same time as Hello Little Girl was written by John. And I've never heard that one. But he had written songs well before that. He'd written Too Bad About Sorrows, which was played on the Get Back documentary. And pretty much the lyrics they sang of that song were pretty much the whole song. He just had, there'll be no tomorrow for all of my life. That's it. And then before that, he wrote a couple other stuff. And then he wrote stuff on the piano before he'd ever touched a guitar. You know, tunes that was something more in tune with what his father, who had played music before would have been into. Another one of their early tunes that I really like is what was the name of that? I fancy me chances. I fancy me chances with you. I fancy me chances with you. I fancy me chances. I fancy me chances. They wanted to have a joke. They'd start playing that right away, and everybody would be like, "What are they doing?" I think that was the closest they were to anything approaching real skiffle. Yeah. Whew. Those early songs are a lot of fun, even though they suck at how they play it and everything, and they sucked when they played in the uh-oh. What were those dots? Uh-oh. Well, nothing seems to be getting sucked up into a black hole. They only started to get good right before they went to Germany. But the other groups still looked down on them in those days. They were just, ugh, it's those guys again. Ugh, they're terrible, and so on and so on. But they played so much in Germany. They got really well, and that's just so interesting. It's the same thing with art. You get better at art by just doing lots and lots and lots and lots of drawings. Just keep practicing, keep doing more. Always try to challenge yourself. Oh, we're going to kill that fish. No. Good. But with music, it's hard to improve sometimes. I was deliberately kept. They wouldn't let me have a drum set. They wouldn't let me have a guitar. My uncle the uncle that still lived in Grandma's house for a while, he had a drum set. Grandma would let him have a drum set, you know. And so I'd go over there and, can I play the drums? It's like, oh yeah, it shouldn't be a bad thing. And I'd go do 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 do. And then my other uncle, who was no longer living there for a while, but then he moved back in, I think. I don't know what he has a problem. I don't know if he's still alive. I think he is. But he had a guitar, and for a while we had the guitar because he left it with us for some reason, and I don't remember the reason, but it was probably related to mental health or something. And my mom was like, "Nope, you can't touch that guitar because you'll have to retune it, and you don't know how to retune it." All right, fine. Can't play, and so finally they're like, "Okay, here's something that will allow you to play, which is piano." We didn't have electric keyboards that were readily available, or they were the old style, like you could find in the 1960s and stuff, like Billy Preston might have played or something. But it's like, I didn't want synthesizer keyboard. I wanted to play electric guitar or maybe bass or something. I became nuts about bass playing in the late 80s because of Mark King. Yeah, it's gonna be over 4 hours. Too bad. Fish number 3. Let's see. Let It Be is the worst album. They've got great songs on there, but it's just the worst canon because it should have come out first before Abbey Road, and they should have made sure it came out first before Abbey Road. but they just hated what had happened, and it was meant to be for a TV special, and that there would be an accompanying album, but they didn't do the TV special. So the project was shelved for a while, and so the order is all wrong, and so you have to prevail upon people to play Let It Be first, and then Abbey Road. And oh, did you ever find what song you was in your head at the dragon fight? What button did I just press? I thought I disabled caps lock. No, I don't remember the song. I don't remember a song being in my head. I've got mental clutter. You know, something will happen and I'm like, oh, but I can't remember it all the time. If I watch the video, I probably won't remember then either. Unless I was humming some notes or something. You know, now that I think of it, I do remember that there was something, that there were some notes, but that I didn't remember the song. But I don't remember what it was. What it was that the notes were, so it's just... You know, there's times when you're going to have a song going through your head and you can't remember what it is. You take me to heaven from deeper than hell ever dug. You fly me higher than a trip on a magical ride. Confessions unravel, you bang with your gavel, and here I stand guilty in a court where you are the judge. You're my drug. You gotta come around and pick me up. You're my drug. I can't sing very well today. That's one reason why I'm not in a group, even just as a singer, because it's like there are days when I can't sing, and if that day happens to be if I were going and doing a concert somewhere, I'd have to say, nope, can't do it today. And they'd all be pissed off because they'd paid whatever for tickets and so on. On the days I could sing, I'm good. On the days I can't sing, it's... Yeah, I was humming something. I'm sure that there's probably something, and maybe I don't know what the song even now. Even if I knew what I had been humming, it happens. There's this one song, I've probably already talked about it before. Let It Be Naked. Yeah, about Let It Be. Now the thing about that was, they messed it up. You'll notice that album is extremely short, that new version of it, because they had to cut out all the stuff that all the silly bits from the Get Back sessions, like Dirty Maggie May and Dig It. What they could have done was they could have added the full-length version of Dig It. But it's just a jam session, really. But there's no reason they couldn't have done that. Oh, can you dig it? Can you dig it in the morning? Dig it in the evening? Can you dig it? Instead, they just said, no, we'll just take out the songs Maggie May and whatever the other one was. I mean, it works, but it's just too short now. They needed to add something. They could have added Don't Let Me Down. I was surprised recently to find out that Don't Let Me Down wasn't even on the album. I thought it was. It was a single track. I was like, really? Weird thing to find out this late in my life. And when I was a kid, I was nuts about the original orchestration of Long and Winding Road with that ending kind of thing. I liked that. And it was only later on I realized that was all fake. Phil Spector is one of the most unhinged men in the industry. George had great songs that were cut from the 70 version. Well, if you saw the Get Back documentary, he actually says, I'm holding back some songs. He said he wasn't going to do any songs for the album, but he did do For You Blue and I've forgotten if he did another one. Oh, Another Island. For You Blue's a good song, so, you know. I Me Mine, that was it. I think Paul or John or somebody only wanted him to have one or two songs anyway on the album, because that was kind of the deal they had with Ringo. Ringo was working on Octopus's Garden. Octopus's Island. Harrison Island. All right, Harrison Island. Harrison Bergeron Island. Oh, all right. Regular Harrison Island. What island are we up to now? 9? I'm going to have to stop doing these, though. I mean, I don't really need to. It's very similar to the one I was just on. They usually are. I like that it's more tropical looking because of the trees, the palm trees, you know. Look at that. Because it didn't used to be that way. It used to be just regular vanilla trees on these islands. But now they've got the others. And once again, I find myself wanting to see... No. Nope. It's not a thumb... It is a Thumbcraft, though. It says Thumbcraft. So there was no chest under it. Oh, maybe it has to have the spider webs to have the chest under it. Yeah, that's possible. Wait, why do I have more dirt than I started with? No webs, yeah. Ha! I need diamonds, and this is the only way I could get diamonds in Middle Earth. I mean, vanilla diamonds. No webs here either. What an unhinged person Phil Spector was. He frequently carried a gun around with him at almost all times because of an incident that happened early in his career when he was still part of a group and he hadn't yet become producer. And he was and he was in the urinal in the bathroom or washroom, I should say, because it's not a bathroom if there's no bathtub. And they were... And some punks came by and basically, I don't remember what it was they did to him, but it was probably stuck his head in the urinal or something. I don't remember what it was. It was just terrible the way all that happened to him and everything, and it just drove him crazy after that. and so he became extra possessive of things, and he carried a gun with him, and he had to have his way when he did stuff. And then after he married Ronnie, what was her original last name? I forgot, but she was from the Ronettes. And he basically treated her really badly. And what else was there? He had there was this one group, and the contract was running out for releasing music by this group, and they weren't very. They didn't have anything, and so he brought them into the studio. They forced him to the studio was forcing him to you've got to do a single. Is this the same island or a different one? Oh well, I can't tell. Let's just assume it is. We gotta get going. I can't spend all day on these islands. And so what he did was he didn't have anything, so he just came up with something that couldn't be used. So he came up with the song Dance the Screw, which could never be played on the radio at the time. Let's do it. Dance the Screw. It was horrible. Deliberately doing a very bad song. No, wait, this is another island. What's going on here? Are we near something? Well, I'm not naming this island. I don't have all day. In fact, let's just cut across this thing. It's not Meneltarma. These kind of places out in the middle of nowhere are excellent. An excellent place to start a base, though, because you'll never get anybody spawning in there. You know, you don't get vanilla mobs, and you don't get orcs, because why would orcs be out there? They're not sailing or anything like that. It's awesome. You could just stand there and AFK if you've got something else to do. Of course, that's not a very good thing to do if you're on the official server, because they look at you and they're like, why is he on here? He's not doing anything. And if I remember correctly, Phil Spector almost shot John Lennon once. And apparently, if I remember correctly, he may have prevented John and Paul from getting back together, even if it was just to meet and to talk for a few minutes, even if they weren't going to do anything in the studio. They could have been persuaded to do that, but Phil wanted John to get on with what he was doing. And there was another bad thing he did. I mean, oh yeah, he murdered. He committed murder once. We forget that. But let's be honest, you know, if bad thing happened to you, you might end up becoming a murderer just out of trying to cope with the bad thing you went through. It's a very bad thing people have to live with sometimes. But that doesn't justify murder at all, really. You got to try as hard as you can sometimes to not do wrong. I've got this extra dirt I don't need. I need another boat, just in case that one boat gets destroyed. I need another boat handy. Oh man, it's past 11 o'clock. That hand looks really funny. It's been cut off at the wrist. Too much stable diffusion in crayon, or crayon, or however it's pronounced. It's like people with hands missing and strange elongated features and 30,000. You know, I think we can make it. I think we can make it today. It's going to be a very long stream, but I think we'll be able to make it. I really want to stop, though. But I've got nothing. The reason why I wanted to stop was I wanted to spend some time on Mental Block. You know, I've got some more things to do. I've got to get ready for that episode whenever I get around to the next. The next thing I do is either going to be Zero or it's going to be or Mental Block. But I really don't want to do episodes of that anymore. Nobody else is recording anything for it. Nobody's playing too much on it. You know, there's you and me and sometimes Sneak or somebody else, but it's like, other than the usual gang, 80s post-punk. I don't know what you mean by post-punk. Do you mean something that is not punk? Or something that is still punk, but it is after regular punk? Because there's not much of a difference there. Maybe you mean the Clash. Now, if you mean the Clash, that never sounded like punk to me. It sounded like new wave. Because they used to say XTC was punk, and it wasn't. It was the idealism of punk, but it was not the lyrics of punk. Unless you're counting some of the stuff that Barry Andrews did, like Super Tough, or what was that song? My Weapon. For the Clash to be punk, they would have to be swearing or something, or maybe they did, though, because I didn't really listen to any of their albums. You know, there's London Calling, and there's Rock the Casbah. There's Should I Stay or Should I Go? That's a pop song. That's just regular new wave. Should I stay or should I go? Da da da. You know that's no more punk than Rock Lobster. A lo-fi version of new wave. Ah. Yeah, but wasn't lo-fi like just the pre-programmed stuff like disco had? And so that incorporated regular punk. I know it's always more complicated because it's about people coming up with these divisions and these distinctions and these genres, and it's really just music. That's the whole point of XTC. You know, they said it was punk, but there was a song called This Is Pop. What do you call that noise that you put on? And it's just all different flavors of the same kind of music. Really. So I'd say, do you like blah 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 techno grunge or something? Like, what is techno grunge? Who does techno grunge? And I have to just say, I have no idea. I probably would listen to it, but I don't know any of the bands. I don't know if they're any good. You know, Joy Division. That's one about which I know the name. I can't look up the numbers. maybe I've heard Joy Division, but I don't remember it, and so it just goes in category B of if I ever hear it, maybe I'll like it, but maybe I won't. Great songs, yeah. They make anybody can make great songs. The problem is if I have to sit through an album of Robert Palmer stuff. Yeah, if you know anything about Robert Palmer, he'd have an entire album and he'd release one song, and one song was good, and all the other ones were like, nobody wants to hear it. And so when he was on Power Station, he had two songs. T-Rex, a cover of T-Rex's "Get It On Bang a Gong," and "Love Will Tear Us Apart." Maybe I've heard that. I'll try to remember to listen to it later when I get the chance. Maybe I've heard it. And the other song by Fish Number 4. The Four Fishes was a terrible music group. Magic Carp used Splash. The other song was Some Like It Hot. Yeah. I hear the song. I hear the phrase "tear us apart," and I keep thinking In Excess's song "Never Tear Us Apart." Do 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 do. Don't ask me. What you know is true. Don't have to tell you. I love your precious heart. I was standing. You were there. Two worlds collided, and they could never tear us apart. Oh, I can't hit that note. And that song just drove me crazy, and so there's another song with "Tear Us Apart" in it. It's a ripoff. And that's the kind of thing would happen is you can't copyright song titles. So it's like that's not a ripoff. It's a different song. Like the Romantics' song "Talking in My Sleep," followed by Level 42's song "Talking in My Sleep," or "Talking in Your Sleep," whichever it was titled. Or there was New Shoes had a song called "Point of No Return," and then there was another song called "Point of No Return," and now Duran Duran has a song called "Point of No Return." It's just one thing after another. But it's hard to remember a song because of stuff like that. Definitely gotta listen to some Joy Division then, so I'll find out if I recognize the tune. What was that song? I gotta look up who did that song. It was a song called "We're Through Being Cool." That was an 80s song, I remember. It was probably something like "Wet, Wet, Wet" or something. I don't know. Don't remember Wet, Wet, Wet's catalog. I only remember one song from Bow Wow Wow. It's harder to look around when you're in a birt. Yeah, I think we can make it. I think we can make it. It's just not going to be in 4 hours. Most common song titles without you is in the top 10. Yeah, I remember a song title without you. Without you, something, something, something. Without you, da 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 da. But that might be without love. I might be confusing without you with without love. And then there's within you and without you. Yeah, wasn't there a song called Without You by Bon Jovi? Without you. Yeah, that might be the Bon Jovi. It's been a long time since I heard that. How are we supposed to remember? That's one reason I don't listen to new music so much, is because I have to try to remember all the music that I am listening to. And it's like, oh, there's always more of it. You know? I started to lose track around the time I started listening to Led Zeppelin. What was the title of that song that goes dan 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 dan? And the answer is Kashmir. I'm like, okay, fine, I can remember that. And then there's like, okay, so what's that song that goes and I'm like, what? No idea. I can't remember. And then there's that song Dear Maker, but it's supposed to be pronounced Jamaica. And that's the one that goes. It's the ska song that they do. Oh 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 oh. And so mnemonics are all we've got left to try to remember these things. It's driving me crazy. I gotta take a drink. Do some singing. Gotta take a drink before you can do any more singing. Hold On. Hold On is the number one list of seen overused song titles. I know a song that goes, Hold On. There's Baby I Want You or something like that. I Want You, She's So Heavy. And there's another one I can't remember of that I Want You something 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 else. But of course, typically those kind of lists of the most common song titles are including the songs you'll never want to listen to from groups that are so obscure that you don't even know how to gain access to those songs. You know, so it's not really the same thing. It's really about listing of not just popular songs, but also good songs. And so most common song titles that are good songs is what. Not all the songs are very popular, and that's the point. It's like I found that out in the 80s. I was listening to some heavy metal, and then one day I was listening late at night to heavy metal, like, oh yeah, the only heavy metal station on the radio, and well, locally of course. And I was like, yeah, these guys are great. They played mostly Metallica, didn't play too much from anybody else. Played a little Ozzy Osbourne, and maybe they played Megadeth, but I don't remember if they did or what happened there. I just remember the Metallica that they played. They must have done other stuff though. I was really nuts about what they were playing. And then one day, the next day, I wake up early. It's 7 a.m. or something, and I'm like, I'm gonna listen to some heavy metal. Why would they have heavy metal on at 7 a.m.? I have no idea, but they did, and that's what I liked about it. And I turn it on. There's this harp music playing. Oh, there is no and there was no recourse. I couldn't listen to heavy metal anymore. So it's like I'm going to have to start buying the albums, and because I just can't trust a radio station to play a song anymore. I was just so disappointed because I was still somewhat very poor as a teenager. Not a big metalhead yourself. Well, that's fine, you can listen to whatever you want to listen to, like whatever you like, and there's a song called "I Like." It's by Men Without Hats. And guess what they play on the classic 80s stations? Yep, the Safety Dance. We know that song. We've heard it. Why don't you play "I Like"? Or what about "Pop Goes the World"? That's another one they did. They're literally a 3-hit wonder of whom only one hit is played. It's corporations. And their "This Makes the Money." The other songs will make the money too. But, That's why I'm so glad we have YouTube, you know. But YouTube only plays songs back at 128 kbps. So you can't you can't just copy the file off of YouTube or something and then you've got a perfect version on MP3. It's going to be really poor audio quality. Can't do anything about that. So it's a lot easier to just say, I'll just collect any new music from groups I'm already familiar with and I already like them. If System of a Down ever does another album, I'll buy that. Or whatever. Yeah, well, the songs do sound pretty good. When I first got involved with computers and music, ripping off of my CDs. I'd rip off my CDs and I wanted it to take as little space as possible on the hard drive. So I'd say, well, what is 64 kbps okay? And I thought it was. And it was later on that I could notice the difference. And it was a huge, huge difference. The song is all warped and everything. So 128 is okay. It's clear. You can understand it. It's there. It's okay. But then when I plug in a 320, it's like, whoa, this has such a great sound to it. Depends on speakers. Yeah, I had some bad speakers too. I didn't have headphones for a long time. Or did I? I don't remember the early days very much of my computer stuff on the PC. But I did have speakers that would... But they would be really quiet because they weren't amplified speakers. So it was only what I could get Windows XP to push out. And I threw those out, so I'll never use those again. I bought amplified speakers because I needed to hear things whenever the furnace heater came on. You know, you couldn't hear a thing. And back then I had a push-to-talk microphone. And so whenever I was raiding in World of Warcraft, I had to push the button. And it would never get the first half second of what I'd said. So it'd be... And it's like, what? Bits missing. So what I have to do, you turn it on, and then you have to wait a second, and then you start talking. And then there was the voice activation microphones. Voice activation microphones were terrible. Heaven's Day? The heck is Heaven's Day? I thought they had days of the week properly. I thought they had the days of the week properly. Heaven's Day doesn't sound right. That was weird. Like it's a cheap microphone. It's attached to a cheap headphone. It cost me, what, $15, $20? I've had it for like 3-4 years. And I had the previous one I had for 4 or 5, 6 years. I don't remember. You know, they're just so great. They're just so garbage. Maybe it's because I'm extra careful with them or something. I don't know. Quality is there to be had. 23K, that's really not too bad. And we haven't seen too many islands, too. I think I was expecting to see more islands. What did I say that we'd found 13 or 14 islands that one time when I was going to Meneltarma, and I showed the coordinates of these islands to the Explorers Club, but they never had a proper Explorers Club, really. I was really disappointed because nobody wanted to be part of that. The guild I was in was called Warrior. It was Warriors Guild. I formed a guild called the Warriors Guild or something like that, and there was me and another guy. But the other guy showed up sporadically, and he did other things. And I was gonna make one called Fight Club. I guess that's what Warriors Guild was supposed to be. It was supposed to be Fight Club. But I didn't get to see Fight Club till later on, and boy, that movie is messed up. That's a messed up movie. I wouldn't name a guild Fight Club now, even if I wanted to join the official server. And it wasn't laggy anymore, and yeah. Muse, that's another one I listen to a lot. Now, I tried to get into OK Go back when they only had 2 albums. Sentinel Guard or something like that. Yeah, that sounds familiar too. I may have changed it from Warriors Guild to Sentinel Guard because the Sentinels... There's the Sentinels from X-Men, but it was also the line, "We are the Sentinels," from this one song in Les Miserables. For some strange reason, I like that musical. And I'm not gay. But on the other hand, it's not one of those musicals that is trying to appeal specifically to gay people. So maybe it's... Well, never mind. Is the other player to my recollection. I don't remember the guy's name. That could have been his name, I suppose. It's been a while. I probably wouldn't remember. I'd have to watch those videos again. It all got destroyed. My original base that was there was perfect. It was wonderful, and it got destroyed. And so we built a new one, sort of out of protest. And the new guy joined, and I was just so upset because the Explorers Club was perfect. It was just the way I wanted it, and now it had to be something else. I was big on role-playing before I ever played Minecraft. Really, really big on role-playing. As in, I would write entire lengthy story documents and such like about my character's adventures playing a browser RPG. And so when World of Warcraft came along, I found I couldn't do that anymore because it just wasn't the same experience anymore. We weren't role-playing, and official server episode 16. Yeah. I think I would have probably been happier if I played it in single player at the time. I was only able to do good at the game because of the lag. You know, I'd know to hit and run. I'd know how to hit and run because of the lag. And a bit of an unfair advantage. But then if you weren't careful, the lag could creep up on you. Oh, it was so bad. If you were to look at my episodes of, single player, Solo Block, the later episodes were all Lord of the Rings stuff. And it's such an interesting, fascinating portrait of what the mod used to be like. You know, the... Why am I going so slowly? Does the button stop working? Button? Oh no. Is there a node or something, or... Did the button stop, or... Nope, button works. 5 frames per second. I mean, TPS ticks per second. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. 5, 10. Yeah, you could get that. I usually tried to play during the off hours when there'd be more room and there would be a little higher of a frame rate, so I could get a good 15 ticks sometimes. Yeah, there's something wrong with this boat or something. Maybe I crossed the threshold or something, and so boats don't work as well this far out. They want to make it difficult to go to Meneltarma, I can tell you. Or maybe just my finger is tired or something. But that's the thing, they only had one server. Now what should have happened was there should have been 3 or 4 people, each with one server. And they could have made it like a network of servers. So the idea is that you try to join one, that's no, or that one's full too often, but this one's got more people, so you could go to that one. You know, instead everybody just piles into the one because there's bigger, more epic battles possible. But as a result, the server is always struggling, and the server is always running out of the remaining space available on the allocation. And although Ecliz, which I'm still using, by the way, they're using it, I'm using it, Ecliz is supposed to have unlimited. That's a premium service. You have to pay a lot extra to have unlimited space. Now, if I remember correctly, it was given gratis in sponsorship. Like it was like they were using that to test their server, or to test their server technology, or whatever it was. I don't know what the deal was, but really I've run up against limitations. I can't host Lord of the Rings anymore. Just can't. That was another reason I had to get rid of the 115 map. Besides that, we weren't playing on it as much anymore. It was like we weren't going to have 115 anymore, really. Unlike the airship, if I'm on a boat and I drive past a hungry node, I'm going to get sucked up into it. Unless you get the somewhat rare occasion of getting thrown by it a great distance, which can happen. Sentinel Guard 23, yeah, that was his name. There were a few others that I was semi-friendly with. Some of them are still playing the game even now on TOS. Well, we've passed the 20k mark when I wasn't looking. It's slowing down again. I can see imperceptibly the slowing down. Either that or I'm having trouble with the perception of time. You know, it's a strange thing about the perception of time. It's like we have no way of telling for certain that time always elapses at the same speed always. We have no way of knowing it because we are affected by it. So if time were to slow down, we would also slow down as well, but we wouldn't notice. Or speed up imperceptibly. So when somebody does drugs, it's like they've sped up or slowed down or something, and everything seems different, but it's just a mistake in the perception. But the universe still seems to be going at whatever rate it is, but it's one of those things. We have no way of knowing if it were changing or something. It's doing it again. It feels like it's going slower again. Yeah. Doom, 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 doom. Okay. Another 22 minutes and it'll be 4 hours. Still playing on MM server, extending the rail. Yep, just went out to 480 kilometers, so that's almost halfway of the original goal. If we ever have to go beyond 1 million, I don't know if I'll be continuing it. I didn't do any more videos of it though because it's extremely boring and I want to spend time doing other stuff. All I'm doing is just extending the rail. I extend the rail, then I go to the quarry to get more platform. Not the rail, but the platform. The rail itself is stuck back somewhere else. I guess when we get to 1 million, then they'll resume messing with the rails themselves. But I'm upset because we're not allowed to use rail duplicators. It's a bit of a SciCraft kind of solution, but it's one that works for me too. But you know, the boss is a very interesting guy to a certain extent, but I don't agree with something like 90% of his decisions. When he does the live stream, he's running a cookie clicker game, or he's playing Tetris at the same time he's playing Iron Farms Allowed. Nope, no Iron Farms either. You gotta mine this stuff out manually. And he goes away. It's like he walks away, and he plays for hours at a time without a mic, and then he doesn't even type anything to say, "I'll be right back. I have to go do something." He doesn't tell us anything. He just goes off, and then you don't see him, and you just have the not the title screen, but the join screen for the server, or not server, but the map. 3 nodes right next to each other like that. That was weird. And now he's putting up signs on his stream that say that says chicken, like not chicken, like golden apple found so far 1, and then below that he's got number of pink sheep he's found. You know, stuff like that. He's big on statistics. He's closer aligned to Sneak than you or me, I guess. I'm only interested right now in the fish I'm killing. And he's got this clique of people on his Discord. It's very interesting, but they don't do much right now. Right now he's in a bit of a lull because he's approaching 4 million on his quest to go to the corner far lands. How far back is the rail? I don't remember. Maybe 50k, maybe 200k, I don't remember. Because I wasn't doing that. I only did that a couple of times, and I switched to platforms. Because platforms are more important because they have to come first. Can't build rail on nothing. They eat some guts and all. Where was I? Damn, all these Numenorian structures down here. I mean, what good is any of that? Fish number 5. Actually, I'm not sure I'm killing the fish. I might just be damaging them. They might still be alive. I have to look to see if they drop, and I haven't picked up any drops. Oh, still got pistons up. Pistons are nice, but I have the pistons I need. All that journeying around in the overworld, high up at 100Y, is a really weird experience. You get to see lots and lots and lots of terrain, and you get to see all these different things. You can see surface lava over here and pools over there, and oh, there's a village. Oh, and I don't have time to stop for the village, which I used to do all the time. How far have I gotten into Harad? Oh, not far. I don't think I've made the journey yet. That's not Harad. Do you suppose the Yellow Mountains, the foothills, have a lot of sand? It's yellow. Far Harad is down there. I haven't even gotten into near Harad. This was stuff that I was doing in live streams when I was doing Season 7 of Dark Times. This is not something that we have today. I switched over from Dark Times, and all my stuff did not go with it, so I had to start all over again. And that's fine. That's fine, because this literally is something different. It's not going to be what everybody else was doing. This for me is going to be this Uber kind of, and I mean Uber in the sense of super, not Uber in the sense of the whole thing that the Uber company does. I'm not going to do a stream for Harad until I really need it. I think ultimately I'd like to have a railway network going all over Middle Earth. Silly though that might be. Might be possible. Harad's a nice place. It drove Chazred to quit. I don't know what you could say about that. Even Mind of Mike stayed on after that. If ever there was anybody who didn't need to play and who could have taken care of his family sooner, I'm not saying that he did a bad job of it, but I'm saying that he stuck around a little longer than we were expecting him to. And so he could have quit, and we wouldn't have faulted him for that. Though there are plenty on the internet who would have been like, oh, he stopped working on the on his single player, which was awesome. And it was awesome. And still is. I've now done voiceovers for 2 people. Uncredited in one of them. No, I'm sorry. I was credited in both of them, but I was unpaid in both of them. And I didn't ask for pay anyway. You know, I'm going to thrive on all this exposure I'm getting. Hanging around Mystical Midget. And that's the name he has. And I'm going to call him by his name. And if it's too offensive, then, well, kick him off. Kick him off whatever platform he might be on that people are offended at him about. Something. I don't think it's necessarily offensive because it's not referring to his stature. It's referring to, in the sense of being mystical, he is short. Again, I'm running out of things to say. I'm probably going to have to stop soon. I hate to say this. It drive a guy crazy. You know, if you were to leave, because, you know, why would you be here for 3 hours or whatever? Oop. I saw that. Oh! You know what that is? That's an error. That's a floating point error when it does that. Or something. It's not that he was falling into a hungry node. Whatever that fish or whatever was. It was that it was being misreported to the mini-map. Yeah. Micah's unparalleled. Yeah, he was really good. I would have a problem. I would be upset if he had stopped earlier, but you know, he's really, I can see that he needs to take care of his family, and I think he was probably hoping he could quit his teacher job and make a lot of money on YouTube. And when that didn't happen, and that's why I feel sorry for him. A Canadian who's pretty much forced to living in China to make ends meet. It's China! Who gets paid well in China? Taiwan. He's in Taiwan? Well, I thought he said China. Well, okay, if it's Taiwan, then it's Taiwan. Political statement. Being concerned about other people is not necessarily political. It's when you try to say something should be done and then you start calling your local representatives. That's when it becomes political. Or a call to action of some kind. I don't think they're being paid well in China. That's just a belief. But if he's really in Taiwan, well, that's different. Yeah. No, I don't think he's gone for good. I'm just saying that he has to spend some of that time caring for his kid, and that's perfectly fine. Swore he said China. Weird. Well, you know, if he's maybe he moved to Taiwan or something. strange to not get the details right after a few years. It's been years, you know. We had our goodbye. When do we have our goodbye episode? It was a very long time ago. And there's also a very long video because it was this just hanging around saying goodbye. You know? There was a party and I didn't know how to really throw a party. I set up some tables and put up some tents with some ale in it and tried to have a band, but the band members kept attacking. I loved that. That was a lot of fun. Fireworks didn't do so well. Another fish. Nope. I wonder in real life to what extent do the fish know how to get away from boats that are coming straight towards them. It's been so long since I've thought about jazz elves, and they're still there. I don't mean in this map. This map doesn't have them, but the mod still has them. Fairly certain. I don't think they're listed. Oh! Fish number 6. And I was stopped, too. Yeah, see, they're not there. You have to use a command. I'm not a fan of jazz. It's an NBT thing, yeah. Anybody who has great things to say about jazz, I just say... having to try to remember stuff. And then they called my favorite group Level 42. They called that Jazz Fusion. And I hated that. I thought maybe a bit of electropop would have been closer. Electropop or synth pop or something close to that. They're not really synth pop. They've got instruments, you know. But I just didn't like the designation Jazz Fusion because it sounds like jazz, you know. That's not to say that jazz is a bad thing. There are plenty who will say it is. It's just basically creating an unstructured kind of music that you have to still memorize nonetheless. A good example is part of the song Sir Duke by Stevie Wonder. You know, you got the beginning bit. That's kind of noodling around with it, but it's the bit in the middle. That's what jazz sounds like to me. That song is the face of jazz, and that's a song I like. But then, for every one of those I hear one of those songs that Doc Severinsen played on the Tonight Show when they were in between acts, and you'd hear you know, and I'm like, is this a song? Did somebody write this? Or is they just playing random notes? I could never tell. It's like not liking rap music because they're not singing. And that's exactly my point. You know, that's just how this goes. I can't believe I'm doing a more than 4-hour stream today. I hate this. But once I get there, I'll never have to do one of these again. Except maybe the Far Harad, near Harad even. And I've got one or two more I gotta do. Let's see, what's the other one I gotta do? Besides going to Shrek's house. There's also some traveling into the east that needs to be done. Red mountains, because I need the red blocks. And I like to sometimes hang around down here in the Darklands. Wait, is it called the Darklands because of Dark Times? Or is that actually what the place was called? Pell and Drell. Or is it Drell and Pell? I want to know if the Yellow Mountains have any yellow blocks. I guess I could just look it up here. Yellow... Oh boy. Lord of the Rings yellow. Lord of the Rings yellow. Where will it be? Where will it be? Arda. The Arda add-on. What age was that it added? I can look see if I have to update that. Lord of the Rings. Here we go. Lord of the Rings. Yellow clay tiling. Peh. Well, I gotta go there anyway. I don't think it exists in Renewed. You know, it might not. So what are they gonna have? There's gotta be a place where the wizards came from. Maybe he'll just add it later, or if there is a later, you know. Can't believe they haven't updated it since February. Well, if you gotta take a break, you gotta take a break, you know. I'm gonna have to start taking a break from taking a break from taking a break from things. Oh, I missed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the Z coordinate. Not that mattered, of course. I wasn't looking at it. I'm really happy that there's no islands to waste our time. The rest of this. Yeah, I want to get back into playing Renewed. I'd like to join someone else's server on Renewed. But not for YouTube uh-oh. Did it or did it not suck up a fish or something? But it looks normal. Doesn't look like it's going to do anything. Ah, it did it again. What is that? Well, I'm getting out of there. I'm getting out of there. I'll never pass by this area again. I know it sounds like jinxing it, but 7 fish. I know it sounds like I'm jinxing it, but I'm so glad that so far in this series I have not yet fallen into one of those black holes. But this is only episode 8. Episode 8 of 7. Oh, almost at the 10,000 mark. I'm so grateful that we can do this in one session, even though it's like going to be a 5-hour stream. I should have just done it off camera, but then it would just be so incongruous. I don't plan on going back to Meneltarma anytime soon. Once I get there, it's just mark it off, have the waypoint. How many waypoints do I got left? I've got room for one more waypoint. That's why I got to go into Far Harad and other stuff, because that way you get more waypoints. Well, actually it's only 10 because I'm not counting the one where I set off on the journey. I don't need to set off on the journey anymore once I get there. So I could turn that one off. Nice, peaceful, and calm. A Harad stream would be more interesting than this ocean voyage. Well, yeah, I mean, there's going to be more sights to see. And taking damage all the time. I forgot if they added heat stroke to the game yet. To the mod. You get heat stroke and you like everything looks wavy and there's a lot of stuff to collect. But what I want to do is I want to go there once I've got 8 fish now. Thank you, Mr. Number 8 Fish. Once I've got an ender chest. So I could just drop everything off in there and I don't have to carry around all these damned bags. Or I could carry around the mechanism personal chests. Those are good. 9K, that's not so bad, you know. It's just too bad I wasn't able to get the airship to go faster, which meant this would have been over in maybe 2 hours, and then we could go home. But that's how it is. What else we gotta do here? What else is on my list of things to do? Yeah, I gotta build a quarry and a mining portal. And then I can work on more mechanism stuff. What I need to do is I need to I also gotta get started on Mistcraft. Now that I think of it, because Mistcraft would make it easier to travel from one-dimensional space to another. Don't have to have the mining portal set up. I mean, I'd need the mining portal to go to the mining dimension, but once I got there, just use lots of instances through. Does the airship mod have a steam engine? Oh yeah, I think it does. But the point is I set the maximum speed limit, and you saw me do that. Change it from, oops, more Numenorian structures all over the place. You saw me set it to 90 from 60, and there's been no discernible change. And I'm not sure there was a discernible change from 30 to 60. I think Chazrad knew about this. But how do you contact him? To ask him, what do you remember about this? The wiki doesn't say anything about it. Or a coal engine or whatever it is. Mers Day. Astron Belt. Astron Belt was the first Laserdisc video game, but they were late releasing it, so the first one was really Dragon's Lair. I don't think that engine will increase the speed, though. I think I may have set it off, or turned it off, because I turned off the balloons. You know how you gotta have those balloon blocks? And I just turned that off because I never bother with that. I mean, we've got magic in the game, so why can't we just have magical airships? let's see, 600 seconds is 10 minutes. This is running a little slower than 10 meters a second, so it's probably gonna be more like closer to 20 minutes. Yeah, it's probably about 20 minutes. I can see why Mystical Midget has this thing where he just pushes forward with the holding down the W key with something, with a macro of some kind, and then he opens up another window and just plays Tetris for half an hour or whatever. I can see why he does that, but it doesn't make it right though, because it just confuses the heck out of me. And what he's been doing, he's been playing this Cookie Hero game, which is like a cookie clicker, only it's like a bit of an RPG elements to it. And whatever his score actually is, it's something like 50,000 digits. Last I checked. It was just ridiculously huge. Because he has an auto clicker going on as well. It's ridiculous to have to live life like that and to want to play two games at once. Me, what I'd be more likely to do is I'd be more likely to let's play the game off the stream, not on stream, but off camera, and then at the same time I'm watching a video of somebody else doing something. You know, that works better for me. But it's harder to keep track of the game while you're playing. Still watching Building with B-Dub's old series. I've still got that going, but I'm busy with Landale. What's his name? Landail, and he's playing all the RPGs ever that were on console in English. So that rules out a bunch of early ones. And I've gotten up to the first Final Fantasy, and that's his 25th RPG he was on. Some of them are just terrible, you know, so I can skip some of them. But yes, I'll still watch Building with B-Dubs. I've got the link somewhere on a text file. When I moved to the new computer, I had to move everything, and I'm like, I can't save the... I was able to save the bookmarks, but I wasn't able to save all the cookies and all the sites, remembering which sites I'd been to. So I have to try to remember stuff, and I can't. And so all the tabs were up, and I said, well, I can't save the tabs except as bookmarks, and I don't want to do it as bookmarks. So I saved it as a text file. Everything has just been so weird the last 2 weeks. I don't know what to say. Is this normal? Is this the new normal of how to mess with new computers? That it's got to just be one bad thing happening after another? Big fan of B-Dubs, though. I mean, my my face is based on his face, admittedly with some major changes made. 6 kilometers. What did I say? 20 minutes? How many minutes has it been? And I forgot if the Meneltarma location we know of is in the middle of the island, or is it near the edge of the island? I think it's in the middle, which means we might have one fewer kilometers, so we're going to see it early, which is good. Yeah, I was looking at I got a drink. I was looking at Goods. I was looking at Goods channel, And the last Minecraft he's done some ultra hardcore. But I think he showed up for some other thing, and I was like, he really doesn't play Minecraft much at all. He just doesn't want to, or what? And it's like, that's kind of what I keep expecting of everybody, is that they're all going to stop playing Minecraft, and they'll just have all their old videos to watch, and then I can catch up on them. And then that'll be that. But I'm stuck with Mindcrack. Mindcrack doesn't do videos. Stuck with the Mindcrack videos, and so I don't get to watch stuff like the original stuff, like the Yogg's Cast and stuff like that. Stuff which I'd like to watch, and apparently it is still available, can still be watched. I'm less inclined to want to do so, because I don't know to what extent they take any of their buildings seriously, or are they just doing the whole thing for derping and potentially offensive content. Is there a way to place a hungry node? Like to just make one, even if you have to use creative mode or something. What was that, 9 fish now? 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish. I don't think you can just get a node. Oh, it is. And you could do it, and it is creative mode only. But it randomly generates, which means if you want a hungry node, you probably have to place a bunch of them. Because I was thinking, if a hungry node showed up on Meneltarma, that would be very interesting. Would it destroy the entire island, or would it just destroy a small area around it only? How powerful are they? I think they've got some kind of limit, like 16 blocks or 8 blocks or something. I think there's different sized nodes. I need a larger table. That's what I need. About 2 feet longer, or maybe just 1 foot longer. We're coming up on 4 kilobytes. 4 kilobytes left to go in the document. And now, Stranger Hobbits, now airing on WBC TV. Next up is Breland. The amazing adventures of a 10th fish has been killed. There, it's 10 fish. They've all been X'd out, and that X is 10. Following Breland, we have the Dunedain of the North. It must be a relative of Nanook. And then, of course, Blue Mountains, the fabled TV show where you get to listen to all the great jazz elves and the jazz dwarves. Or what would the dwarves play? It wouldn't be jazz. I can imagine dwarves joining Stomp. I I can imagine them doing something like Stomp, but I can't imagine them doing any kind of musical music. Almost there. Negative, it just impacted on the surface. $11. That's too bad. I wanted it to be exactly 10. Maybe they didn't create any islands near Meneltarma for a few kilometers because they want Meneltarma to just look like it does. Distant Horizons might work on the new PC. Problem with that is, though, I think they only have a version for 118. No, wait. No. CurseForge. I'm sorry. CurseForge. Hold on. CurseForge only goes up to 118 for it. But you can download a version for 119. However, it's only up to 119.2, and I'm on snapshots for 119.3, so I can't test it out. It might. The last one crashed, not the computer, but the piece but the instance of Minecraft. So it's not going to work on those. So that's fine. It's all mixing problems and such. I was going to test it out, but I've been just so busy with setting up the computer that this is the earliest I'm able to stream. I tried to stream yesterday, and I kept giving messages that I was going to stream, and it just kept not happening because this has happened, and I'm copying this file over here, and I'm loading that, and I have to test this other program out, and the mail app was wrong, and I had to replace it. So that's all that's been the last 2 weeks. Actually, I've only had this computer for about 1 week. But it's the preparations for it. And okay, we should very soon be seeing Meneltarma. I don't know when. Somewhere, I believe it's going to be between 2K and 1K. I've been playing with DH on MB, as you may have seen. Well, it works. It works on MB. As long as your computer doesn't crash. If you had the non-GeForce that I had, then your computer would have crashed and you would have given up on it. But nope, it doesn't have to be given up on. Now that I have a GeForce, I can now watch Battle of the Planets or Science Ninja Team Gatchaman. I was watching that and then I stopped. That's like I was about halfway through the original series of Gatchaman, and I just remembered too much of it from when I was a kid, or I should say, a preteen. I think I'd rather start watching Dragon Ball again, because that's a lot of fun to watch. There's much more comedy in Dragon Ball than in any of the other animes, even Speed Racer, Classic animes, not the new stuff. The new stuff, all the new stuff that anybody does, that stuff's got all sorts of comedy and jokes and bizarre things and English dubs and translations and things, and it's all wonderful, but it's like, I want to see anime the way it used to be. I don't want to see the new stuff. The new stuff is great, but it's like I can't get interested in the characters. One Piece. Who are these guys? Why should I care? Naruto. Who are these guys? Why should I care? And these aren't the new ones. These are the long-running old ones. The new ones are... Who's this? Who's that? Why should I care about these characters? They just don't make you care. It's like reading classic novels of literature from, let's say the 18th century. Oh, we got some land here. This looks like might be it. Either it is or it's an island. Oh, we got some of those though. That's a pretty good indication. Well, what I'll do is I'll just walk around first. I have to verify that it's Meneltarma. The way I do that is I go there. If I can't go there... Oh, I made it. That's it. The summit. Does this look like a summit to you? It's not even an enchanted evening. Well, we've made it, I guess. Have we got a waypoint? We have a waypoint. That's the summit, but I bet that's not 64 at all. So I could take it down now. And I could take down the launching point. Yay. And so I've got 10 of 13. Awesome. Well, we made it, and it was approximately 4.5 hours. Despite my best efforts for it not to be. I love the fact that you could get some chisel stuff here, too. Makes for a nice increased variety, even if it looks silly. I wonder what they mean by summit. Is there supposed to be a mountain in the middle of it or something? Because I've never seen any. I don't think it's at 64, so I'm going to teleport there. Even though it means having to wait 5 more minutes. Even though it means 5 more minutes have to be waited before I could go back. I'm going to see if they try to drop me in the middle of everything. Yeah, see, this is 72. And the top of this rock formation is 78. Well, we've made it. And I'm not going to need to come here for for a very, very long time again. Just like what happened with Utumno. I'm going to eventually go to Utumno, but I can't do that yet. Just like happened with this and that and the other. A bazillion things. It's good to have... Well, that looks weird. It's good to have this stuff removed from here. The rest of the island sank. Was the summit of the Numenor. Oh, I thought this was the starship. The star-shaped island that the wizards came from. You know, though, if the rest of the island sank, then did any Numenorians climb up to the top and survive up here? Or did it sink too fast? Athlas. I don't need Athlas right now. Alright, fine. Fine. Happy now? I'm not happy. I want more Athlas. Alright, so we're done here with this. I'll head back as soon as I can. No, not Helm's Deep. Here. "5 minutes more." Okay, fine. Give me my bed. Put all my boats away. Didn't lose a single one. Yeah, it could be years before I build anything here or do anything here. Yeah, I thought the wizards came from here because it's star-shaped, you see. And the wizards came from a star-shaped island. That's what I was thinking. But I guess there could be more than one star-shaped island. But if that's the case, then there's no wizard island as far as I know. Which upsets me more. But it makes more sense, actually, because this place, if this place was a dwelling of wizards, there would actually be buildings in here. But yeah, it makes sense to say that this whole island is the summit. What I've always liked is I always liked the story about, I don't know if it's canon anymore in Tolkien lore, but I think the original idea was that the world was originally flat, and then it became curved, but the elves could still see straight, in the sense of they had... That just looks wrong. Do that. Waves like that. That is just wrong. The idea that they could still see straight and that they might still be able to make the journey to the west that way. Which, of course, ended up not being how they did it in Rings of Power, which was sad. They just have... It's like an interdimensional gateway or something. But they did a very good job of that. I always liked the idea that maybe all the spaces to the farthest west was stuff you couldn't get to because of that. But of course, Numenor had been drowned, and so the story had to be changed slightly, I think, because of that. All right, now we get to see the stuff we found. Most of this was from one of the spiderweb trees. I don't know if there's going to be any here. Probably not. If there were, it'd be really interesting. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All this surface ores and stuff. I'd like to flatten the island out, which would be a horrible thing to say. But I think I should, at some point, flatten the island out. But this is such a paradise. I don't think I'll touch it. We might go, like I said, years before I do anything here. Niter ore. Clay. There's a biome that has a lot of clay in it. I'm gonna have to go get that from there. I don't know what I was thinking. Was there going to be surface iron or surface gold or something? That's not gold. I keep thinking that's ore. No, it's leaves. It's leaves. How much time? Minute 40. I wonder if we could just... maybe what I could do is... Maybe I could go into creative mode and build entire islands in new locations that were based on, like, the Wizards or something. The Wizards area, their island wasn't destroyed as far as I know. But the idea is I think they're keeping it secret, so maybe they're obscuring it so we can never find it. So maybe I shouldn't bother with that. Oh! Look what I said. Huh? Is that a baobab tree? It's a strange color. Wouldn't be baobab, would it? Oh, it's the leaves. The leaves are that color. Okay, fine. Yeah, that makes sense. What item was dropped? Must be up there. Oh yeah, it's kind of part of it is despawning. The Astari were sent from Aman. Aman? I thought it was around here somewhere. Somewhere between here and here. I'm going based on other maps. I had a map that I used to play on, oh boy. It wasn't Lord of the Rings mod, it wasn't Minecraft. It was an Empire Deluxe map. Minecraft might know about that map. I don't know if I still have it. Yeah, I'm the kind of guy who wants to straighten things out and clear things and do things, and it's probably all the wrong approach. You gotta leave certain natural formations the way they were. And stuff like that. It's just more natural. Alright, we should be able to go now. And then I could wrap up the episode. Nice place. I've been here before. There you are. The people who live here are very, very glad that I haven't put up the factory. Because they hated that factory. I hate that factory. I love that factory's design, but it would have eaten everything up over here. So yeah, glad to be rid of it. Taking its time to load chunks. That looks like a tree I've seen before. Aman is in the west. Well, I was looking in the west. Oh, when Arda was made round, it was moved to the heavens. Ah, there you go. There you go. But then they'd have to get to Middle Earth from not Middle Earth. Okay, I've set this up before I started streaming. The idea being that I was going to have to burn a bunch of things, and as you can see, it wasn't very much. But now we can do 12. But I'll do that later. I think I'm going to move this stuff. Oh, it's been moved. Okay, ship's helm. And the equipment for the ship's helm. Now, you know what? This should go under... It should go there. This goes in here. Signs could go in there too, I guess. And the boats can probably go somewhere as well. But now we're done with this area, with that thing. And we can start... Well, I'm gonna have to stop the episode now. Yeah, perfect timing. It's always how it is when I'm on Twitch. I start watching somebody's video and then it's like, and we're wrapping up the episode and we've run through this game that you like a lot we've run it through 3 times and we're tired of running it. We're not gonna ever run it again. Kind of thing. Well, at least we're using YouTube, so you can always watch the rest of this yourself. It's just you won't be able to comment on it except in the regular comments instead of the live comments. So here we are with the end of this thing. Meneltarma, Shrek's house, Joaromir. Still gotta do Shrek's house. for some reason I lost it in there. Yeah. That'll be a future episode. Near Farharad, West Mountains. What are they called? The Blue Mountains or the Red Mountains? That's all I could think of. Those have all been done. That works. Okay, golden lasso. I don't have any gold nuggets. I only had enough gold for everything else, so lasso has to wait. Compact drawer needs pistons. Nether needs blaze powder. I've got blaze powder, so I don't know what I'm doing next. I gotta build stuff. Yeah, it's the Red Mountains. What do we got? 3 leather. What do I need the leather for again? Book and quill. Oh, that's mechanism. Wait a minute. Can never remember how to make a book and quill without looking it up. Oh, maybe I wanted to make a wooden crate. And then I decided I wasn't going to make a wooden crate. Yeah, that's possible. Fine then, fine then. We don't need this right now. More drawers. More doors. Yeah, I need Eyes of Ender. So I have to, yeah, where's the pouch? This is the pouch that has all my stuff from that. Okay, so we got the pipes, we got the Stirling engines, landmarks, and here's the stuff we need. I need two ender pearls. Where might I find some decent ender pearls? Don't need another crafting table. Okay, here we go. Here we go. It's all blurry. Maybe up there. Well, I've got a better chance of getting the diamonds first, and then I can get the, then I can go for them. It's one of those, I don't know what would work best. I guess you're not likely to get Enderman when it's raining. Speaking of which, where's my regular bed? Yeah. Maybe look in here. Now that I think of it, I don't think 1.7 has Enderman in the Nether. I think they added that later. But for all I know, they added it with one of the mods that uses the Nether. That's a problem. You hear them, but you do not see them. As long as they don't attack, that's fine by me. Yeah, we're pretty much done here for the day. I mean, it's been 4.5 hours. More than 4.5 hours. That's about my limit. I'll just have to say bye-bye and thank you very much. There is just so much to do with this world, but I've got other worlds to play, other things to do, and stuff will probably not get done, but thank you all for watching, and we'll see you next time. Hopefully I'll be able to do this more often now that I've actually got my computer set up. So, bye-bye.